that is going to have to be answered in some form by this White House. How the president feels he's able to continue serving as president while not being able to run for re-election.
Josh, your reaction?
Yeah, well, my big picture reaction is that this is going to be one of the ugliest campaigns for all the talk of positivity and unity that we heard occasionally at the Republican convention. Trump and Harris, once this race gets settled, is I think going to be ugly. The insults that Trump is going to level, I think, are going to get fiercer and fiercer. And there's an unmistakable racial gender divide that I think is going to. That we see this in America, the public divide among men and women. Among racial lines, I think it's going to be there's going to be a lot of division over the next few months, unfortunately.
Fox News political anchor and White House correspondent Jared Halpern, Fox News analyst and contributor Josh Krausauer. Thanks for joining us on the Fox News Rundown.
Thank you.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I'm Joel Clark, a Select Quote agent, with a true story that could save you hundreds of dollars a year. A woman named Linda just called. Her husband, Ray, has a group life insurance policy, but is changing jobs and he can't take it with him. Well, I went to work and found Ray, who's 40 and takes medication to control his high blood pressure, a 10-year, $500,000 policy for only $19 a month. That's way more coverage for a lot less than what he was paying. If SelectQuote didn't shop for your life insurance, you're probably paying too much.
For your free quote and to find out how much you can save, call 1-800-403-5050. That's 1-800-403-5050. 1-800-403-5050. Or go to SelectQuote.com. Since 1985, we shop, you save.
Get full details on the example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials. Your premium could vary depending on your health, issuing company, and other factors. Not available in all states.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
July savings are going on now at Hessert Chevrolet with savings on Silverados and Blazer EVs. Drive home a 2024 Blazer EV with 1.9 APR for 36 months, up to $3,500 off MSRP, or a new Silverado 1500 for $389 per month for 36 months with $4,500 off MSRP. July savings are here at Hessert Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Visit HessertChevrolet.com today. Call 267-343-9094 for details.
Your way or no way at Hessert Chevrolet.
Are you tired of that dated old kitchen or bathroom? Ready for a refresh? Then you need to give Kitchen Magic a call. They've been transforming spaces quickly, beautifully, and affordably since 1979. From refacing to custom cabinets, backsplash, counters, yes, you can get the kitchen you want now, right now. They're offering 12 months of no payments, no interest financing, with 10% off your remodel. Schedule your free in-home design consultation today at kitchenmagic.com. That's kitchenmagic.com.
Guess what, people? Wendy's has new saucy nugs. You heard me. Wendy's nugs now come in 7 saucy flavors. Buffalo, honey barbecue, garlic parm, spicy ghost pepper. You can literally hear your taste buds after every bite. I'm serious. Listen to mine. Okay, that's just me playing with sound effects. For a whole new way to nug, gotta be Wendy's.
Gotta be fresh.
Open till midnight or later.
At participating U.S. Wendy's, hours may vary by location.
Standing at the edge of a rocky shore, you breathe in the cool, salty air, watching the sun disappear on the horizon. Across the globe, someone begins their day along a sandy beach, listening to the rhythm of the crashing waves. you each envision a world beneath the water. Vibrant life in every imaginable form. Now, imagine it's all gone. What was once a place of wonder and beauty is now a dull, lifeless wasteland. Food, jobs, medicine, all gifts from the ocean, all gone. Time is running out to protect our oceans, and without our love, everything the oceans provide can and will disappear. It's our choice. Love it or lose it. Help protect our oceans. Visit World Wildlife Fund at wwf.org/love.
If not me, then who? This ethos is driving the Travis Manion Foundation to empower veterans and families of fallen heroes to develop character in future generations. In 2007, Marine First Lieutenant Travis Manion was killed in Iraq while saving his wounded teammates. Travis's legacy lives on in the 5 words he spoke before leaving for his final deployment. If not me, then who? Guided by this mantra, veterans are continuing their service, developing strong relationships within their own community, and thriving in their post-military lives. Visit travismanion.org.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
Now, a look at what's happening from the Fox News Rundown.
Good morning. It's Monday, July 22nd. This is the Fox News Rundown. President Biden at his home in Rehoboth Beach, Delaware, with no public events today. This after dropping out of the race for the White House yesterday, a move that saw him endorse Vice President Kamala Harris for the job. He'll address the nation later this week. Congress getting ready for a week of bombshell hearings.
The director of the Secret Service will appear before Congress for the first time since the assassination attempt on former President Trump. Several Republicans are calling on Kimberly Cheadle to resign, but she's so far resisted calls to do so. Congress is trying to learn details surrounding what many believe was a security failure leading to the shooting. This week, FBI Director Christopher Wray will also be testifying on Capitol Hill as the FBI continues to investigate the shooting. On Capitol Hill, Ryan Schmelz, Fox News.
Secretary of Homeland Security Alejandro Mayorkas says he's appointing a bipartisan independent panel to review the assassination attempt on former President Trump. The panel will have 45 days to review the policies of the Secret Service before, during, and after the rally on July 13th. And Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is in Washington, D.C. today, where he will address the nation's capital in a speech before a joint session of Congress. I'm Sue Guzman on the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
With Cioli, afternoons 3 to 7, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get ready for huge politics and pints as Talk Radio 1210 welcomes Donald Trump Jr. It's Tuesday, July 30th at the Scottish Rite Auditorium in Collingswood. Join Dom Giordano and Donald Trump Jr. as they talk the election, recent events, and all things Trump. Your ticket includes a copy of Letters to Trump by former President Trump. A cash bar will be available. Get your tickets now at 1210WPHT.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, over 3 million people called Morgan & Morgan in their time of need. And with over 1 million of those calls coming from previous clients, friends, and family.
My name is Jeannie. I was sitting in traffic and I was hit twice from behind by 2 different cars. My first thought was Morgan & Morgan. I was very surprised at how easy it was. I did not have to go into the office. I did everything by text. They needed documents. I could sign them, I could upload them, I could send them right back with ease. Call Morgan & Morgan. It's easier than you think.
Thank you for trusting us. We've become the largest injury firm in the world because we've won a lot. The word is out. Size matters. Reputation matters. We're America's largest injury law firm for a reason. With over 900 dedicated attorneys and climbing, we're ready wherever you are, whatever you need. The choice is easy. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you. Morgan & Morgan, official partner of the Philadelphia 76.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by Advocacy United, this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that'll affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
As a roofer, I'm always on the go.
so I need to be able to get things done from anywhere. That's why I partnered with Beacon. With their unique Beacon Pro Plus app, I've got the brands I depend on, like GAF, right at my fingertips 24/7. I rely on Beacon because I never stop building, and neither do they. Now through September 15th, purchase GAF through Beacon Pro Plus and earn up to $1,500. Go to BECN.com or download the Beacon Pro Plus app today. Beacon, always building.
You can host the best backyard barbecue when you find a professional on Angie to make your backyard the best around. Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Inside to outside, repairs to renovations. Get started on the Angie app or visit Angie.com today. You can do this when you Angie that.
A promise is potent, born of intention, fueled by commitment. It's seeing things through, always showing up. And we know a thing or two about promises here at Susan G. Komen. Over 40 years ago, we locked arms with you toward one vision: a world without breast cancer. By investing in life-saving research and standing up for patient rights, we are shifting the system so all people everywhere get the care they deserve. Because if you've just been diagnosed and don't know where to turn, we've got you. If you can't afford the treatment you need, we've got you. And if you are driven to raise money to honor the best friend you've just lost, we have a place for you here. Because of you, we're supporting those who need help today while tirelessly searching for tomorrow's cures. Ending breast cancer needs all of us. Visit Komen.org and be a part of the Susan G. Komen community today.
Look through your children's eyes, and you'll see the true magic of a forest. It's a storybook world for them. You look and see a tree. They see the wrinkled face of a wizard with arms outstretched to the sky. They see treasure in pebbles. They see a windy path that could lead to adventure. When they discover the forest, their imagination is inspired by the smell of pine, the crunch of leaves beneath their feet, the sound of birds calling out for attention. And they see you, their fearless guide through this fascinating forest world. You are the hero in this book. This is a memory being made. This is what they will laugh about years from now. These are the roots, grounding and nourishing them.
Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org. Then look through your children's eyes and discover the magic all around you. That's discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
I answered the call, and even though I no longer wear the uniform, I am still a Marine, still serving those around me, my country, and my community. That is Semper Fidelis. Always faithful, always Marine.
Yo, Roy is Ford. What? We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now, the latest from Fox Business.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
All eyes on CrowdStrike after a software update by the cybersecurity firm triggered what's believed to be the biggest internet outage ever. The company says it's making progress on restoration, but tens of thousands of flights were delayed or canceled over the weekend due to the disruption, and hospitals had to delay some procedures. So how did last week's Republican National Convention affect business in host city Milwaukee? Brent Perkins of Moe's Irish Pub.
It was a great convention for us, sales-wise. We anticipated less and we got a lot more.
Clara Koenig with Visit Milwaukee says the week was a win.
Planners are incredibly happy. Their attendees absolutely fell in love with all of the things we love about Milwaukee.
They're hoping Milwaukee will soon host more big events. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Jill Nato, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
A new week on Capitol Hill will devote a lot of time and energy to investigating failures leading to the assassination attempt against a former president and current Republican nominee. Former President Trump talked about security failures at his Pennsylvania rally In an interview with Fox's Jesse Waters,
no, nobody mentioned it. Nobody said there was a problem. And I would have waited for 15. They could have said, let's wait for 15 minutes, 20 minutes, 5 minutes, something. Nobody said, I think that was a mistake. How did somebody get on that roof? And why wasn't he reported? Because people saw that he was on the roof.
Secret Service Director Kim Cheadle is expected to be on the hot seat today, appearing in front of the House Oversight Committee. On ABC News, Cheadle defended not having security on the roof where the gunman shot at the former president.
That building in particular has a sloped roof at its highest point. And so, there's a safety factor that would be considered there, that we wouldn't want to put somebody up on a sloped roof. And so, the decision was made to secure the building from inside.
After receiving the Republican nomination, former President Trump got back to campaign rallies with a visit to battleground Michigan on Saturday.
They keep saying he's a threat to democracy. I'm saying, what the hell did I do for democracy? Last week, I took a bullet for democracy.
Mr. Trump's running mate, Ohio Senator J.D. Vance, says the GOP is unified heading into the final stretch of this presidential campaign.
That's the Republican Party of the next 4 years. United in our love for this country and committed to free speech and the open exchange of ideas.
Part of that Republican unity will be focused on demanding answers and making sure President Trump is properly protected as he campaigns for the White House.
We have some people who work for our committee who were former FBI, and they've been talking to folks. We were told that there were resources diverted.
House Judiciary Chairman Jim Jordan is an Ohio Republican.
That, for NATO and for the First Lady, Dr. Jill Biden, who was also in the Pittsburgh area that same Saturday, the 13th. And then you couple that with the idea that it's been now reported in multiple news organizations have reported that President Trump's team, his security team, had asked for additional help. So I think this before concerns where resources are diverted, repeated requests for additional help that were denied. I think we need to get answers to those questions. Why it was done that way, and so I'm sure that'll be some of the lines of questioning for Director Cheadle and frankly with Director Wray, who's in front of our committee on Wednesday.
Now, to be clear, my understanding is Congress has authorized more money for the Department of Homeland Security. So is it Homeland Security's fault that this money didn't get to Secret Service?
Well, if it's a resources issue, Secretary Mayorkas is head of Homeland Security, and Secret Service is now, of course, in that agency. So at some point, you got to look at who's ultimately in charge of that respective agency. So yeah, that would be Secretary Mayorkas. I know Chairman Green is looking to get him in front of the committee to answer these kind of questions as well, and we'll see what when that happens.
House Republicans have promised thorough investigations of the security failures at that rally. What are your expectations for these investigations?
Well, I mean, there's sort of the basic questions. There's the before questions we just talked about. Why wasn't he given additional help? Why were resources diverted? Second is, there's a finite number of buildings that need to be secure where someone could be on the roof of that particular building and have line of sight to the president. Why wasn't that done? It's not a big number. It's 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever the number is. It's a limited number of buildings that should have been secured. They weren't secured. So again, I think that'll be an area of question. But then I think it's also that what I call that critical 2 minutes, because the shooter was identified based on the timelines I've seen around 6:09 p.m. that Saturday evening, and the Secret Service, the counter snipers, are notified a minute later, and the shots happened then at 6:11. So that critical 2 minutes. What took place in that short time frame when you noticed the bad guy, and there was a 2 minute time frame before that he shot the president? We have heard that there weren't linked on one single communication system, that there were multiple communication systems. That would seem to be a problem. Was that in fact the case? So that critical 2 minutes when you identify the shooter and then when the shots are taken, I think it's important for us to understand as well.
Secret Service Director Kim Cheadle was pressed by senators at the Republican National Convention. They found her, and they were basically following her through the hallways, asking her questions about what went wrong. What do you think we'll gain from her testimony before the House Oversight Panel?
Well, hopefully some answers to what I just described, because, 6:09 is when they identify the shooter, and by 6:14, the president's escorted off the stage and taken off the stage by the Secret Service surrounding him and protecting him. So there's a 2-minute window, 5-minute window. What all happened in there? I want to try to get into that short time frame and find out exactly what was happening second by second, and was this a communications failure? And if so, why were you not on a single communication frequency or system throughout this rally?
Let's talk a bit about the Republican National Convention. Your feelings after that emotional week in Milwaukee, and being a proud Ohio guy, what do you think of an Ohio guy on the ticket?
Yeah, I think Senator Vance was a great selection by President Trump. You could feel the energy there throughout the week. The term always that's been used is unified party, and I think that's the case. I think we are a unified party. And as the president talked about in his wonderful speech on Thursday evening, he hopes that this will help actually unify the country. But I thought a great week for Republicans. We have just a super strong ticket. President Trump and what he's been through, the poise, the character, the leadership he has shown over the last week after what he went through, I think is contagious. And I would argue it's an American reaction to just an unbelievable events of that Saturday, July 13th. His reaction, his leadership, his character, literally under fire, I thought was tremendous, and that carried through the week. And then I thought Senator Vance's speech was great as well. So good week for our team. Now it's 3.5 months of campaigning, and let's go win this election.
You know former President Trump well. Do you think the assassination attempt has really changed him?
I think when I got a chance to talk to him Tuesday at the convention, you could tell that he was a little more reflective. I think as any human would be, but I think it's just strengthens his resolve to go fight for the things he knows, and I think that are good for this country. So I just sense a greater resolve. Even as he reflected, of course, on what was just this attempt to take his life. And I think we all understand this was the good Lord protecting the president at this particular moment. And there's no other way to say it than Providence was the reason that I think President Trump came through. But his reaction, I think, has been exactly on target, exactly right. And I think he's ready for this. You saw the rally in Michigan. I thought he was great. I caught part of that. So I think he's ready to run this campaign the way you're supposed to, and I think he's ready to win.
So conventional wisdom here in Washington, which you know is frequently wrong, has been that the Republicans with such a slim majority in the House would lose the House, and that the better opportunity for Republicans would be to take over the majority in the Senate. Where are you at this point in this critical stage in the campaign?
Well, I do think we're going to take back the Senate. We got good candidates. Bernie Moreno is a great candidate in our state. Dave McCormick, I've campaigned with him. Mr. Brown, Mr. Sheehy in Nevada and Montana. I think we got good candidates. So I think we're going to win the Senate. I feel real good that President Trump's going to win the White House. Him and J.D. Vance are going to be our next president, next vice president. And I got to tell you, I think we keep the House. I really do, because it's hard to imagine we win at the top of the ticket and we don't also keep the House. Particularly, we got a majority now. It's a slim one. But we have a majority now, so I feel optimistic that we're going to be able to win all three. And then it's time to go, secure the border, cut taxes, and get our energy policy back in shape so we can get our economy where it needs to be for American families.
Do you think the assassination attempt on President Trump could be or should be a unifying moment for the nation?
I think it should be, and I hope it is. The good Lord knows we've been a divided nation over the last, I don't know, it seems like last decade, and it'd be nice if we could come together a little bit more and still have robust political debate. I mean this is politics, this is American politics, and I understand that, but it'd be nice if we could come together a little more. And I think President Trump understands that, and that's why he talked about it and is trying to make that happen.
Well, it's a big week on Capitol Hill. Grateful to have the chairman of the House Judiciary Committee, Jim Jordan of Ohio, with us. Mr. Chairman, safe travels. Thanks so much for your time. Have a great week.
You bet. Take care. Thanks, Mike.
Wake up with Kayal and Company. Mornings 6 till 10. Talk Radio 1210.
Stop what you're doing and listen to this. Your God-given freedoms are up for the taking. And those doing the taking are the same people who've sworn to defend your freedom. They think they can control the media, hide the truth, and force their delusions onto your family. You know what they can't take away? Self-reliance, peace of mind. Got water filtration? You should. A charged solar generator? You better. Emergency food on your shelf? Get it now from My Patriot Supply. My Patriot Supply is the most trusted name in survival, and for damn good reason, too. Go to MyPatriotSupply.com right now and save $200 on their best-selling 3-month emergency food kit. It delivers over 2,000 calories per day, plus sealed inside practically unpierceable packaging. It lasts up to 25 years. Oh, and did I mention it's delicious? Go to MyPatriotSupply.com and save $200 per kit. Includes fast and free shipping. That's MyPatriotSupply.com.
Summer congestion got you down. Whether it's allergies or a summer cold, being congested can ruin your whole day. You feel tired and run down like you're missing out on summer fun. At Navage, we're here to make breathing easy easier. Navage uses patented gentle suction technology to help clear out allergens, dust, and mucus without drugs. In just 30 seconds, you'll be on your way to a better day. Get Navage at Walmart, Walgreens, Sam's Club, CVS, Rite Aid, Target, or online at Navage.com. Navage. Breathe better, fast.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated in the best hearing aids of 2024 by USA Today, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 500,000 happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
If you're looking to furnish your home or replace your old furniture, your journey begins and ends at Bucks County Estate Traders. One piece of advice, make sure you have time when you come here. The 58,000 square foot showroom is a furniture wonderland. Quality high-end pieces with inventory changing daily. It's all here. Mid-century modern, traditional, vintage, antique, and name brands. They'll ship anywhere or you can pick up in-store. Bucks County Estate Traders in Hatfield or at BucksCountyEstateTraders.com.
Why shop at Gerhardt's Appliances? Since 1945, we've been the local appliance store known for our package deals, exclusive rebates, and personalized customer service. We have laundry pairs starting at $8.99, 4-piece stainless steel kitchen packages from $14.99, and free local shipping over $3.99. We service what we sell. We give back to our community and yours. So shop small and save big. Gerhardt's Appliances, the heart of Philly's kitchens for over 75 years.
Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com. Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or a store near you.
Right now, our country feels divided, but there's a place where people are coming together.
I was nervous to talk to someone so different than me.
Me too. Love Has No Labels and One Small Step are helping people with different political views, beliefs, and experiences connect through conversation, and it feels good.
This conversation gives me hope.
It gives me a lot of hope, too. Take a step toward bringing our country and your community together. Start a conversation at lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep. A message from StoryCorps, Love Has No Labels, and the Ad Council.
What is dedication?
People ask how your children learn how to ride a bike and you didn't. I just created an environment where they taught themselves, and all I had to do was be there.
That's dedication. Visit fatherhood.gov to hear more. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Fox News, I'm Sue Gussman. President Biden dropping his presidential bid endorsing Vice President Harris.
In an open letter posted to his personal feed on X, President Biden called being commander-in-chief the greatest honor of his life. But he now believes stepping aside as the Democrats' nominee is, in his words, in the best interest of my party and the country.
Fox's Gernal Scott, former 2020 Democratic presidential candidate Tulsi Gabbard, posting a video to X saying Harris is, quote, unfit and unqualified for the job.
If we cherish peace and freedom, and if we love our country, we must vote against Kamala Harris in this election on November 5th and vote for Donald Trump.
And former President Trump says Harris is no better than Joe Biden. America's listening to Fox News.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
Xander Schauffele fired a 6-under 65 to win the British Open Sunday, adding the Claret Jug to his PGA Championship from May. Schauffele's win also completes the first American sweep of the four majors since 1982. Kyle Larson won the Brickyard 400 to take the NASCAR Cup points lead after finishing 18th in an IndyCar at the Indy 500 in May. And the Baseball Hall of Fame opened its doors to 4 new members Sunday. Adrian Beltre and Joe Mauer go in as first ballot Hall of Famers. All-time Rocky Todd Helton also went in, along with manager Jim Leland, who led the Marlins to the 1997 World Series title. That's your sports on the Fox News Rundown. Tim McMaster, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
If you're covering the Georgia Bulldogs, they should have a reporter just covering arrests for reckless driving and street racing. It's happened again for the 4th time this offseason and countless times period with the arrests with Smile London, linebacker, and offensive lineman Bo Hughley, arrested. Separate accounts, by the way, for street racing. The city of Atlanta, the state of Georgia, and I'm sure Athens is trying to do it as well. They have implemented statewide laws trying to crack down on street racing. Every time I hear about this, it's from Athens, Georgia, and the Georgia football team. What's going on there? 4 driving-related arrests this offseason. At what point do we see just any follow-through on what's being said behind the scenes and publicly about any sort of crackdown? This is out of hand.
From Outkick.com, I'm Jonathan Hutton for the Fox News Rundown.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey folks, Donald Trump Jr. here. Let me ask you this. Does inflation feel worse than we're being told in the news? That's because the official inflation rate doesn't tell the whole story. Since January of 2021, the cost of living has increased by 17.9%. You can't get that money back. But what you can do is stop your losses today. How? By diversifying your savings into a gold IRA from my friends at the Birch Gold Group. When you're done, your money will be parked in a tangible asset with proven history. To see how it works, get your free info kit on gold IRAs by texting the word HEDGE to 989898. Birch Gold is the only gold company I trust. They provide an easy process to roll over your 401k or IRA into gold without losing your tax advantage status. So text HEDGE to 989898. That's HEDGE to the number 989898 to get your free info kit on gold IRAs from Birch Gold.
Message and data rates may apply. When the sun goes down, we turn the lights up. Fridays at the Bank continue on August 16th at 6:40 when the Phils face the Nats. Join the party and secure your seats at Phillies.com. There's no shortage of fun when old friends are in town. Join us for Toyota Phillies Alumni Weekend on Friday, August 16th through Sunday, August 18th when the Phils play the Nats. Order tickets now at Phillies.com.
At Independence Blue Cross, we take care of the people who take care of you. Everyday heroes like firefighters, police officers, teachers, farmers, and healthcare workers. Doctors and hospitals across the region have IBX, and they know what it means to have reliable access to care.
So whether you're saving lives or just trying to live a healthier life, count on IBX, the region's #1 health insurer for 85 years. Learn more at IBX.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again, at work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text STREAK to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text STREAK to 321-321. That's STREAK to 321-321.
Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? The IRS won't quit until they get your money. Here's great news, fresh from those in the know. Major changes have happened at the IRS. If you owe more than $10,000, you may be eligible for a 99% reduction of what you owe. Haven't filed a return for a while? Their happy clients are talking.
The IRS was going to levy my bank account, but Guardian was able to prevent that and fix all my IRS issues. Thanks again, Guardian Tax.
Need relief from crushing tax debt? The IRS now has special programs. Guardian Tax knows all about them. Personal or business, this is the fresh new brick you've been hoping for.
We aren't the company you call when you need a hug because you're scared of the IRS. Guardian Tax is the company that wins when you need it most.
Guardian Tax Service is really great to work with. They really help me out. I'd recommend them highly.
Call now for a free confidential consultation. 800-505-1608. 800-505-1608. 800-505-1608.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3.
Philadelphia.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia.
Free speech lives here.
It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It's on. Hello, hello, hello.
And away we go. Live on this Monday, July 22nd. It is indeed Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app and, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure, barring a Microsoft server crash on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210 on social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stenzelin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Henry Machette, our associate producers. 65 miles in the books. Feel great. How's everybody doing today? We have anything to talk about? Slowest July in the history of news radio.
Slow summer news day.
My God.
Congratulations.
Dawn, thank you, Dawn. I feel good, by the way.
Yeah?
Yeah. Last year at this time, the legs were pure jello on a Monday morning. Today, it feels like I just walked 18 holes on a golf course.
Nice.
Yeah. It was a nice day yesterday. How was your weekend?
Good. Busy.
Busy?
Getting ready for Junior Olympics, qualifiers, all that.
All right. Gregory, how are you, buddy?
Yeah, dude. I don't know how we're going to get through 4 hours today and then 12 hours of live and local because there's nothing to talk about.
I have no idea how you made it home from Atlantic City yesterday, as you were kind enough to give me a ride back to the starting point because both myself and your son fell asleep eating freeze pops in the car. I was like, you got to get out now, Nick.
I was driving Miss Daisy yesterday, and boy, did I take a raft of
abuse.
S-word for not riding.
You did.
Yeah.
And rightfully so.
Look, I'm happy to be a punching bag for a great cause. I am. My whole goal was to raise over $20,000, and we did.
Yeah, 21 and change.
21 and change. So if I have to be a punching bag because of that, so be it.
Yeah, it was a tremendous day yesterday. Thanks to everybody with Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation, all of our riders. We had about 10 riders, all the listeners that came up to the tent yesterday.
Oh, my God, yeah.
A lot of people that just drove down to say hello.
That's true.
The donors, Mark, Jack, Wayne, Stephanie Mack, Marissa Fitzgerald, so many great people that swung by, had something to drink, something to eat, kind words, pictures were taken, all was well. And nobody on Team Kayal got injured, although we did have one guy, I forget his name, towards the end as we were approaching Atlantic City, within 7 miles of the finish line, hit a flat tire.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
And I could see, and thank you again to David Gelman of Gelman Law Firm.
Thank you, Dave.
For providing the sponsorship for our jerseys.
Yep.
We're 500 yards away, and I'm riding with Dave Madden, and I can see one of our guys in our jerseys laying on the sidewalk, and I'm like, don't tell me he popped a hamstring or had a heart attack. And we go by, we're like,
It's all
you
your
okay?
fault.
He's like, yeah, just popped the wheel. He's got like a little kit with him. He's pumping up the air in his tire on the side of the road. Oh, God.
Yeah, you're a trooper for doing, we discussed you maybe having today off. Well, it's a good thing you didn't take today off.
Yeah.
But we discussed maybe you having today off, and you're like, no, I'm good.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good.
You're a
I'm
trooper.
fine. Just a little leave and a little gold bond, and you get back on the saddle.
Yeah, buddy.
All right, we got a lot of good stuff to get to. Joe Biden out. Is Kamala in? If Kamala is in and it's her, who's her V? Will anybody challenge her?
Can I just say, didn't I say in January it wasn't going to be Trump v. Biden?
You not only said it would not be
Thank
that,
you.
but you were like 2 millimeters away from getting both sides
That's true.
being taken out of the
You got
picture.
lucky.
Wow. A lot of people getting lucky, right? I didn't get lucky last night. I was too tired. But
Wait a minute. I got lucky?
you got lucky that the Obamas and the power brokers said, you know what, Pops? You got to go. We ain't losing this one.
I just like to rub it into everybody who's like, oh, you don't know what you're talking about, and I kind of do.
You might know something.
do.
You might know something about a man from North Carolina coming up in a little bit as well.
Yeah,
we'll get to that coming up shortly. Also, latest revelations with Trump, Pennsylvania, the failed breakdowns. Of course, testifying today will be Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheadle on Capitol Hill. And also Trump's rally in Michigan. 7 days removed from being shot at, he was right back out in a swing state doing what he does best, and that is showing no signs of weakness. Cut sheet at 7:45 and a whole lot more. But before we get to all of that, let's get to the news. Round number one at 6:05. She didn't ride a bike yesterday, but she does take care of a family of 4. The great Dawn Stensland.
Good morning. We are sponsored by First Harvest Credit Union. This Monday morning, July 22nd, 75 degrees right now with a high of 86 degrees. And we do have some flash flood watches in effect right now. Heavy rain striking Chester County, now moving into Montgomery County as well. So just watch for those fast-moving storms that are moving through this morning. Philadelphia police say they're investigating a mass shooting that happened in West Philadelphia. 9 people shot, 3 of them dead, according to authorities. This happened after 2 o'clock in the morning, Sunday, 1200 block of North Alden Street, and they say it started with a fight, they believe. These are young men. All of the men killed, 23, 29, 33 years old. There was a gathering here of more than 100 people, so detectives now looking for those suspects involved, as it was just the latest shooting, mass shooting in Philadelphia. We also have word this morning there's a death investigation underway after a baby died in Philadelphia. A 5-month-old boy found unresponsive by his mother, and they were at Northern Children's Services on Ridge Avenue in Wissahickon. We don't have word. I know they were rushed to Einstein where he was pronounced later. No word on what caused the baby's death, and they didn't say whether any charges were filed. Was this another situation of a baby left in a hot car? So many questions as to what happened.
And when did this occur, did you say?
And this happened yesterday.
Okay. Because Stalker, I think you sent us something last night. I've got it right here. A 7-month-old baby in Philadelphia in the Northeast on Thursday. Woman shoot. This is from the Post Millennial. Woman shoots 7-month-old baby in Northeast Philly. Screams, "F your baby, B word." What kind of society are we living in? Where not only are you shooting adults, and you have zero disregard for a 7-month-old? Like, I mean, really? Yeah. That's how uncivilized we are?
It's tragic.
The Northeast, baby.
Yeesh. So we have all of that going on with the swirl in Philadelphia. We have, of course, Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro now endorsing the Veep, Kamala Harris, for president. That was just yesterday.
He was the first one, wasn't he?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Interesting. Interesting.
Which means he's hedging his bets for Veep. But will she be at the top?
Well,
that's the question.
I said this yesterday when the news broke when we were in the tent. They, in an era of identity politics with the far left, they would love Kamala to be the president and to have a white man as the vice president. That would signal in their world the ultimate sign of shattering glass ceilings and the whole bit. We'll see if it plays out, though.
Yeah. Wait, Democrats are saying they've raised nearly $50 million after President Joe Biden dropped out of the race, making that announcement. So they're happy to raise money.
How does Biden have to feel? As soon as he gets out, the floodgates open. Everybody's like, okay, we endorse.
Open your checkbooks.
Yeah.
Joe's gone.
Oh, my goodness.
Josh Shapiro, huh? Interesting.
Everybody's talking about Pennsylvania. We are sponsored by First Harvest Credit Union. Let your savings take root. Grow with First Harvest Credit Union's limited timeshare of the IRA certificate rates. Available right now. You can earn 5% APY on a 9-month certificate. Visit firstharvestcu.com for all the details. Restrictions apply, insured by NCUA. Of course, for our Phils against the Pirates, we were, 6-0, so at least we have some vindication there with our Philadelphia Phillies. On the road, I think we had lost something like 4 in a row. Mm-hmm. So at least we're vindicated, and I can report a win this morning. As far as the forecast this morning, really watching this very carefully because we're looking for showers, thunderstorms, widespread this evening with a high of 85 degrees. So it's humid and hot. As I said this morning in many parts of our region, it's already pouring rain, but that rain moves through and then widespread during this evening. Then the rain leaves us tomorrow morning. By your Tuesday, we'll likely spend most of the day mostly cloudy, but again, muggy, 88 degrees. More T-storms and rain developing later tomorrow evening. And then another unsettled day for your Wednesday, hump day. At times, we'll see scattered storms possible with a high of 86 degrees. So continuing really this pattern until we reach Friday with sun and clouds turning less humid. So we finally get a break on Friday, but otherwise kind of an unsettled week weather-wise. A lot of humid conditions and then a lot of these scattered showers. This is Kayal & Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:11 Monday morning. Let's get to another Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal & Company.
All right, the big take this morning, the big guy bites the dust. Joe Biden, well, he was a transition president after all. Sunday, July 21st, 2024, the day that the Democrats took Old Yeller out behind the woodshed and told the 81-year-old it's time to be put out to pasture. To make things worse, they finished off their one-term incumbent on his favorite day of the year, National Ice Cream Day. We were told that it could happen this weekend with Sunday being the day, and it went down just like that. But how did it occur? And why the change of tune just hours later? Here was Biden co-chair Cedric Richmond Sunday morning, hours before Joe stepped down, telling Margaret Brennan of Face the Nation on CBS News that the big guy wasn't stepping away. Listen and watch.
Congressman, we heard, as you know, before you from two allies of Joe Biden who have now changed their position. And we now look at the tally of roughly 40 lawmakers who have called for Joe Biden to step aside. Clearly, leadership is setting up a permission structure for lawmakers to come out and say these things. Has Joe Biden lost control of the Democratic Party?
No, he's not. And he's heard those concerns. And I want to be crystal clear. He's made a decision. And that decision is to accept the nomination and run for re-election, win re-election. And I think that there are those out there that need to hear it again, that he made a decision. He's going to be the candidate. He's going to be the next president. And now it's time to focus on the threat that Donald Trump poses and what the extreme agenda is on the other side.
So what changed just a few hours later? Did Joe willingly step aside? Did Dr. Jill give the okay to Joey and give up future covers on Vogue magazine? I highly doubt it. But was it as simple as Pelosi and Schumer, Obama, and the Clintons putting on a weekend full court press? That's the obvious assumption. Heck, forget about National Ice Cream Day. They didn't even let the 81-year-old finish his COVID quarantine. That's how cold-blooded Democrats can be. And Democrats love to talk about threats to democracy, right? And in the last 16 months, they've tried to eliminate the Republican frontrunner in Donald Trump, despite the will of the people. And they've now done the same thing to the man who rolled to a primary victory for the Dems. Yep, they care about democracy. They care about we the people. No, the power players behind the scenes are the true threats to our republic. They know Trump is uncontrollable for the most part. Biden's brain was banana pudding, and Kamala Harris is super controllable. She will be the far left puppet. Primaries be damned. Doesn't matter what moderates, liberals, or progressives voted for this past spring. So now we get, in all likelihood, Donald Trump against Kamala Harris. The border czar against the border badass boss. If immigration is the top issue in the country, it should be no contest. Here was Vice President Kamala Harris when called out by Lester Holt of NBC News for not delivering any results with her first mission way back in 2022, the border. Listen and watch.
We've been to the border. So this whole thing about the border, we've been to the border. We've been to the border.
You haven't been to the border.
And I haven't been to Europe. And I mean, I don't understand the point that you're making.
Hard to believe that was a real life answer. Her opponent, Donald Trump, well, he's got the border resume to back up his talk, and he's ready to do it again. Here was 45 on Thursday night during the RNC finale talking about immigration and the border. Listen and watch this.
I will end the illegal immigration crisis by closing our border and finishing the wall, most of which I've already built. On the wall, we were dealing with a very difficult Congress, and I said, oh, that's okay, we won't go to Congress. I call it an invasion. We gave our military almost $800 billion. I said, I'm going to take a little of that money because this is an invasion, and we built, most of the wall is already built, and we built it through using the funds because what's better than that? We have to stop the invasion into our country that's killing hundreds of thousands of people a year. We're not going to let that happen.
So what happens now? Harris v. Trump feels inevitable, but it's not a formality 100% by any means. Can she get the nominee by securing the endorsements of the delegates? Will anybody challenge her? The DNC convention is scheduled for August 19th through the 22nd, and now those almost 4,000 delegates that Joe Biden secured, they're essentially tossed back into the pool. They're like free agents in sports. They're out there for the taking. Those delegates who gave their pledge to Biden are in no way obligated to support Kamala Harris, despite Joe Biden's endorsement of her yesterday. And of the 4,700 delegates, 4,000 of those were pledged, with Joe Biden having won 95% of them. Kamala Harris will also inherit $96 million from the Biden war chest. Those funds can only go to her. But also keep in mind that when Kamala tried to win the nomination in 2020, she dropped out before Iowa and never received a vote from a Democrat primary voter. And then, of course, along the way, she would call the big guy racist. She also polls lower than Joe Biden, which is hard to imagine. Now, there have been one or two polls where she has a lead over Donald Trump in hypothetical matchups, but most of the polls show Trump ahead of her by about the same margin that he was leading Joe Biden in. So maybe nothing from a polling perspective will really change. Trump and J.D. Vance wasting little time to capitalize on the Democrats' continued dysfunction. Trump saying on Truth Social yesterday, quote, he only attained the position of president by lies, fake news, and not leaving his basement. All those around him, including his doctor and the media, knew that he wasn't capable of being president, and he wasn't, end quote. J.D. Vance saying on X, quote, Joe Biden has been the worst president in my lifetime, and Kamala Harris has been right there with him every step of the way, end quote. But here's the bottom line from my vantage point. I've been saying recently that I think Trump would beat Biden by a solid margin, not a landslide, and Trump should beat Kamala Harris by the same margin, perhaps, if not more. But that is in normal times. That's based on facts and resumes. That's based on moments and sound clips and audio and video. But we don't live in that world anymore of normal times. We live in a world where feelings supersede facts. Shattering glass ceilings override common sense. Incompetence gets rewarded. Proven results become secondary. We pick people who are presidential over somebody who will shake things up. We choose safe and controllable over greatness and excellence. If it is Trump against Kamala, it very well could be closer than it should be. But I'm going to stay consistent, as I've been saying. Trump, I think, would beat Biden, Harris, Hillary Clinton, and Gavin Newsom. Trump would lose to Michelle Obama for sure. I know she's not in the equation, but if she was, I think Michelle Obama would win. And I think he'd be in a real tough spot against Josh Shapiro. And speaking of Shapiro, that would be the best case for Kamala Harris, in my view, to shock Donald Trump and pull off the upset. If Kamala would tab Shapiro to be her Veep, that could literally give her the election, especially if Shapiro can deliver Pennsylvania to her. Keep in mind, Joe and Kamala, they have been to Pennsylvania about 24 times in 3.5 years. They know the importance of the Keystone State. Win PA, and you could win the whole ball of wax. And they will likely need to sweep the 3 Big Ten swing states of PA, Michigan, and Wisconsin. But the Trump administration, they knew that this was a real possibility, and the GOP and the RNC were ready to attack. Here is the first ad from MAGA Inc., with the focus being on Laughin' Kamala. Listen and watch.
Kamala was in on it. She covered up Joe's obvious mental decline.
Our president is in good shape, in good health, tireless, vibrant, and I have no doubt about the strength of the work that we have done.
But Kamala knew Joe couldn't do the job, so she did it. Look what she got done. A border invasion, runaway inflation, the American dream dead. They created this mess. Kamala owns this failed record. Make America Great Again Inc. is responsible for the content of this advertising.
If she becomes president, I assure you there will be nothing to laugh about. And I'm hoping that the Republicans don't get too cocky and don't get too comfortable, because there's no sure thing in politics. Prime example, Donald Trump had no chance against Hillary Clinton until he did. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, big take this morning, 855-839-1210. If you want to jump in on social media at 1210 WPHT, or let it rip this morning in the YouTube chat. It's the Kayal and Company comment community. Just go to youtube.com/@1210 WPHT and hit the like and subscribe button. We'll get everybody's thoughts and reaction to the big news yesterday. News coming down right as we kind of finished the race and the ride yesterday. All of a sudden, Joe drops out. Your thoughts, your reaction will continue here on a Monday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, it's Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Guess what, people? Wendy's has new saucy nugs. You heard me. Wendy's nugs now come in 7 saucy flavors. Buffalo, honey barbecue, garlic parm, spicy ghost pepper. You can literally hear your taste buds after every bite. I'm serious. Listen to mine. Okay, that's just me playing with sound effects. For a whole new way to nug, gotta be Wendy's.
Gotta be fresh.
Open till midnight or later.
At participating U.S. Wendy's, hours may vary by location.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Get ready for a gift from Rescue Natural Supplements. It's their Christmas in July sale. That's right, the season of giving is making a summer comeback with huge savings. That means all health supplements will be slashed up to 50, 60, even 70% off site-wide. Treat yourself with savings on heart-healthy omega-3s, pain-relieving anti-inflammatories, natural immunity boosters, and so much more. To order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com, res-q.com. Don't miss Rescue's Christmas in July sale. Shop savings up to 70% off all natural solutions for your highs and lows, from high blood pressure, cholesterol, low energy, testosterone. Rescue's got you covered. Hurry on over. Unwrap the joy of a healthier you at res-q.com. Do it today.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this. Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month? And this. Fargo, turn off my debit card. And this. Fargo, what's my checking account routing number? And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we are offering to qualified buyers a maximum discount of $13,176. This offer is good on all 2024 XC90s in stock. $13,176. Plus, the Cherry Hill Volvo 2024 model year sell down. Pricing and attention to detail here is not to be missed. Volvo should be on your shopping list now. This is the time to purchase from Cherry Hill Volvo.
Your official home for Penn State football and basketball is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app. Listen to every Nittany Lions game on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
No one is happy to discover that the air conditioner is broken, and it always breaks on the hottest day of the summer in the middle of the night. That's why so many homeowners have Oliver's Peace of Mind membership. For as little as $13 a month, Oliver maintains your home's cooling, heating, plumbing, and electrical systems all year long. Membership also includes annual inspections, exclusive discounts on repairs and replacements, and priority emergency service. Call Oliver today or visit us online at oliverheatcool.com.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. I've been telling you about one of the greatest finds of Mama Zioli, besides me, of course, and that's our dentist, Dr. Mike Veneria at Veneria Dental. As you know, my entire family goes to Dr. Mike, whose level of care and commitment to dental excellence is unmatched. You know, it's now July. We're in the back half of the year, and if you haven't been to the dentist yet this year, hate to break it to you, but you're overdue. It's recommended visiting the dentist twice a year. I'm not trying to sound like Mama Zioli, but what are you waiting for? Be careful, baby. Dr. Mike and his staff makes it so easy to have that beautiful, healthy smile that we all want. Dr. Mike has been named a top dentist in New Jersey for 10 consecutive years. He has one of the most respected reputations among his peers as a master of dental implants. I promise you won't be disappointed with Dr. Mike Veneria. So if you're on the fence about getting that dental procedure done or going to the dentist, get off the fence and reach out to Dr. Mike today. With 2 locations to serve you in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, schedule your appointment or free implant consultation today for your perfect smile. Call 856-786-2020 or veneriadental.com.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-246-0553. 800-246-0553. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-246-0553.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Slim down this summer with NJ Diet. You will lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days. That's faster and safer than weight loss injections. Lose those extra pounds the safe and natural way without any shots. Get started at njdiet.com.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Look in my eyes, what do you see? The cult of personality.
628, Kayal and Company. Hopefully all of you had a great weekend as we kick off another work week. What a weekend. What a last couple of weekends. 8-day stretch in which Donald Trump almost gets assassinated and then Joe Biden rides off into the sunset. No days off, folks. You just never know when something will break. And if you're in the content business, you like that. 855-839-1210. Nick, Dawn, Greg, as we continue. We'll get to what the Democratic Party has to deal with over the next 28 days. Make sense of all of it, some of the minutia and in-the-weeds stuff of how this whole process will play out, and also who Kamala will select if, in fact, she becomes the nominee to be her vice president. But, Dawn, I want to get your thoughts. A very busy news day yesterday. Do you think Joe went willingly into the night? Do you think Obama and company forced him out? Did Jill offer him a double scoop of chocolate chip ice cream? What exactly transpired between Margaret Brennan's show, where Cedric Richmond says, look, Joe's the guy, and he's not going anywhere, to 4.5 hours later, around 2 p.m. or so, all of a sudden we find out Joe is no longer in the equation?
Yeah, as far as from the media standpoint, I laughed because I thought they purposely waited until after the Sunday morning shows. So just controlling the spin and allowing that to land and settle. So they purposely did this after all the Sunday morning shows were done. They waited. So I think that's just my little media take on that one. As far as, Joe Manchin this morning, will he jump back in? Will he switch back from being an independent to a Democrat? I know he had mentioned Kentucky's Governor Andy Beshear. And then we also, I don't see Michigan's governor. I just don't, because I just don't think she's as likable. But even thinking about North Carolina, first of all, Kentucky's Governor Andy Beshear, so a blue governor in a red state.
Yep.
46 years old, good-looking, tall guy. And I say tall because short guys don't do as well in modern-day politics as far as top of the ticket. I'm just saying. Yeah. It's a thing. It's like a weird thing, but it's a thing.
He was too short to be Trump's VP. And we'd say that jokingly because that was not really the case. But yeah, that is a thing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I just love, as far as looking at this, thinking to myself, I don't care if it's Kamala at the top of the ticket, or even if Pennsylvania's Governor Josh Shapiro, who is very popular here in Pennsylvania, but a virtual unknown on a national stage.
True.
I just don't see them. I cannot even imagine on this day, looking at this, that Democrats could pull out a win at the top of the ticket. However, I certainly think, as I've said before, they definitely are looking to mitigate their losses down ticket, which quite frankly, I don't even see that in the polls. I know this is not maybe my skill set, but when I look at the individual candidates like Carrie Lake, I don't think she's hugely popular in Arizona. I think Dave McCormick here in Pennsylvania has made inroads, but he's still behind.
Right.
And so that's my other question. Does Trump really have coattails? I think in the races, especially of a Senate race, I think it's all about the candidate. And unless you have a fantastic candidate who resonates, who has the right message, I think that, especially here in Pennsylvania, again, somebody who is an incumbent like Casey, kicking Casey out, it's monumental. I mean, I know over the weekend, like Dave McCormick, I know he's making like 9 stops a day and he's doing a marathon, but honest to goodness, I think it's an uphill battle in some of these. That's why it's such hard work.
Yeah, the question will also be, as Joe rides out the remainder of his term, will he pardon Hunter Biden? So that's also something to keep an eye on. But when you think about the big picture for the Democrats moving forward, I also, my first thought yesterday was, knowing the left with identity politics, will a straight white cis male have the temerity to challenge Kamala Harris at a possible, next 4-week stretch? And we'll get into the specifics of how that would look, how many delegates you have to get, virtual versus, doing some televised, debates and things like that. And then, does it really matter if Kamala Harris becomes the nominee when we talk about Donald Trump gaining in the Hispanic community, Donald Trump gaining with the black vote? I would argue not so much. And I'm not saying Trump's a lock over Kamala Harris by any stretch. Crazier things have happened. There's a lot of people that vote on feelings. I also think there's a lot of people that would just like to vote and make history by voting for an African-American female, because you could check off 2 bullet points with 1 vote. But I don't know that she resonates and brings the black vote that Trump has gained back to the Democrats. Bay Area, locking up people for marijuana, prison, you heard the ad. And some people might be bothered by this, but I do think this is a thing in the African-American community. She married Doug Emhoff, okay? She married a white guy. I don't think she resonates with black voters at any substantial margin. Michelle Obama, yes. Kamala, not so much. Because for me, it's not so much about the politician with the Democrats right now. It's not the politician or the person, it's the policy of the party. If they continue with DEI, climate, gender ideology, and all the stuff that has failed, you could argue if they stay the course in that far left lane, Trump wins. Now, if they go Shapiro, if they go even further centrist to Joe Manchin, I think the more they slide back right, the better their odds are. Which is why I think Gretchen Whitmer and Gavin Newsom, even though they're on a short list of names for Veep or people that could challenge Kamala, are not resonating. Who's resonating? Shapiro, Bashir from Kentucky, and Stalker, you mentioned North Carolina yesterday. I think the name is the governor, Roy Cooper.
That's who I just said, yeah.
Yes. I'm sorry, Dawn, you said that, yes.
Who released a statement about his good friend Joe Biden. We have all of our local politicians releasing statements. And that's the other thing. Some North Carolina, if you look at the electoral map and then you look at Nevada in play, to me, it's fascinating. And I think the DNC in Chicago, August 19th, will be fascinating. Will they do one of these old school open conventions like they've done back in the day? It's just
the way the Democrats are all rallying around Kamala, it would be political suicide for anybody to challenge her. Political suicide.
Greg, all it takes is one. Remember here in Pennsylvania, Ed Rendell was so upset because remember this? They were like Southern women at a party. Oh, bless your heart, I'm your friend. But no, behind Hillary's back, they wanted somebody else. And that's what the Democrats do. They're very disingenuous. Oh, yay, we love you, Kamala. Yeah, it's Kamala, until it's not. And all it takes is one to come out. And then once you have, and who will that one be?
Well, and if it's a squad Dem, could you imagine the floodgate then opening? Because it's almost like we give you permission to challenge and question Kamala Harris.
No,
right?
I think it would be more like to me, is it a Joe Manchin type? Because he's already independent.
Well, that's
true. Doesn't care anymore,
right? And he doesn't affiliate with the far left, so he's.
But whoever it is, once you open that up, I think then it's on.
Joe Manchin is going to start a political campaign in July.
I don't think he is. I think it just takes one. That's what they do. So they might say, Joe, you're already an independent. You switch, just switch back, open this up for us. All they need is that one person.
And I believe he's 76 or 77 years old. So you're right back in now. He's certainly more, has far more cognitive abilities at his age than Joe does. But again, it's another old guy. I mean, the Democrats really going to go and ditch Kamala for 76-year-old Joe Manchin? Doesn't seem like something that they're subscribing to these days. I can't imagine that.
Yeah, Kamala Harris is the nominee. Period.
I think
full
she
stop.
is.
Period. Full stop.
I do think she is, but I will just remind you of what happened, and I remember vividly. Ed Rendell was former governor and mayor of Philadelphia. He was so mad because he was a Hillary Clinton guy until they dumped her and went with Obama, and everybody was like, "Oh my," But it was all her, and they were all in until they weren't.
Mm-hmm.
Now they had Obama,
right?
Okay, who was young and dynamic and good looking, and you know what I mean? So
Right.
they knew that they had somebody really special. Do they have somebody else?
No.
But I'll tell you what, the way they threw good old Joe under the bus when they were losing in the polls, if Kamala doesn't poll, like if she became a disaster in the polls between now and the 19th, nothing surprises me.
And ultimately, she needs 50% plus one. Now, if you take polls for what they're worth, if you buy them, which I don't, but sometimes they are right. An Economist YouGov survey conducted this past week found that 79% would support Kamala Harris if she became the Democratic nominee. So 4 out of every 5 voters saying, okay, I guess we'll ride with Kamala because in theory it's somewhat better than Joe Biden. Although I think you can argue that she's worse than Joe Biden, even in Joe Biden's current state, right?
She certainly is further left.
Yes.
And so is that what we want? Do we want the first? It's not the first woman president that we should be thinking about. It's the first progressive president,
yes,
right?
Yes, and Joe just marched along to the orders with who's calling the shots behind the scenes. But I'm telling you, if people vote for Kamala Harris, and they will, but if she wins, we might as well just say that the president really doesn't matter anymore. Let's just make a public admission, both sides of the political aisle, in 100% unity, that short of an outsider like Donald Trump, who you knew it was a Trump production, Trump was calling the shots for the most part. Yeah, maybe he acquiesced at times to advisors or people behind the scenes, but for the most part, it was a Trump production. He was the actor, the director, the producer. Then if you're voting for Kamala Harris, you are saying to your fellow citizens of this country, I don't care who the president is. I'm cool with the 1%, the global elitists, the deep state, whatever title you want to throw out there. You're good with that. And that's what's infuriating, because I don't know that Kamala Harris, and I say this tongue in cheek, I'm not sure she could organize my sock drawer. But yet people will vote for her because, and that's the thing people have to remember. Donald Trump, we said this last week. I think, Stocker, you had the numbers. Hillary Clinton was like a 97, 98% favorite. Trump was basically drawing dead, pulled off the shocker of all shockers. Like, never forget, and you can't be one of these people on social media that tweets about Trump derangement syndrome every single second of the day and then be stunned when he loses. Because if you know the hatred for that man exists to the point where people are willing to put a bullet in his head, you shouldn't be floored that people are dumb enough to vote for Kamala Harris, because the hatred for the guy on this side of the aisle is that strong. So I think that's something that we need to reiterate. Now, Stocker, I know you mentioned Roy Cooper yesterday. We were driving home. Here's what's interesting about Cooper, according to Newsweek. While the party, the Democrats, hasn't won a presidential election in the Tar Heel state since 2008, Cooper was elected in 16 and 2020, despite Donald Trump winning North Carolina in both 2016 and 2020. So you've got that kind of odd dynamic where nationally at a presidential election, a federal level, general election, it's Republican the last 8 years. Yet locally they're going blue, which is the opposite of Kentucky.
Well, here's my thinking on. I think it's either going to be Cooper or Beshear. And if you really look at where her weaknesses are for the Democratic ticket, I would say Shapiro would be her best bet. But I mean, everybody on this radio station has already agreed that Pennsylvania is a blue state. So if they already think they have Pennsylvania locked up, what does she need Shapiro for? So then you look to North Carolina. Is North Carolina winnable? Is it a safe? She could probably use some help there. If you win North Carolina, that could be a game changer for the Democrats. Also, Andy Beshear is a Southern Democrat who's won in a pretty red state,
Kentucky.
So yes,
the Mid-South.
So if I'm the Kamala team, and God knows I am not. Let me just put that on the table. I am not. But they are. They're looking for where her weaknesses are, just like Trump did with the Trump team did with Pence in 2016, and seeing where a potential vice president could help her make up ground. And I think it's either North Carolina or Kentucky.
Okay, I would disagree slightly. I'm with you on North Carolina. I would go Shapiro followed by Roy Cooper in North Carolina. But here's the other thing to ask yourself. We keep saying, would Josh Shapiro give Kamala Pennsylvania? Would that swing the election? Would Kamala win if she had Shapiro as her vice president? Do we know that Shapiro wants to be a vice president? Does he envision himself in that role?
I think anybody who is asked is going to
They're going to go for it.
Because I think when I think of Shapiro in a way, and it's a little different, but hear me out on this. I think of DeSantis. I don't see DeSantis being a vice president and doing the vice president duties on a daily basis. He's kind of like a CEO, right? Now, he's certainly more demonstrative than Josh Shapiro. But Josh Shapiro, like him, hate him, love him, indifferent on him, he does come off very distinguished, very presidential. He's not nearly as combative as a DeSantis. But I don't know that and we're talking only just 2 years in to his term. Do you think he's really going to bail on PA this early?
Yeah.
Or from a selfish standpoint, does he say, you know what, 2028 makes more sense for me personally in my career?
No, I think like Greg said, I think that Shapiro Shapiro's gonna if he's asked, he will go for it. I mean, just real quick, just thinking about the road to 270, just because we talked about Beshear. So Kentucky 8 electoral votes, Pennsylvania 19, North Carolina 16. Pennsylvania is one of the few states like Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, Nevada who are considered toss-ups.
Yep. Yeah, there's no swing state that has more electoral votes than Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is the golden goose.
So, I mean, North Carolina leans right. That's how they put it. But I think North Carolina is going to go red. That's 16.
Mm-hmm.
So if you were looking at the map saying, could Shapiro, who's a good campaigner, could he, tip the difference? I think that's why in the nation we're hearing we're not just talking about Governor Shapiro because we're in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
But I think it's because of the electoral map. And when you look at this, and truthfully, there's just something about Gretchen over in Michigan.
Oh, she's unlikable.
It's just you look at her and I don't know, Wicked Witch of the I don't know what it is. I think that she's really unlikable.
She'd make a great anchor on CNN.
I just don't see it.
Do you think they try and make history and do an all-female ticket?
I wouldn't rule it out. I really wouldn't.
Man,
the question is,
stupid.
Who's that person?
You think it would be stupid?
Yeah, be stupid.
Interesting.
Wow.
Why?
Because of sexism.
Because men hate women.
No, I just think there
Because men would never accept the double female ticket.
No, not right now. And look, all this stuff, whether you want to say it's sexism or whether you just think the way brains work, whatever, we are coming out of a post-pandemic period where the government, everybody knows what happened, that we were, for most of the country, we were lied to. We were locked down. Our economy's a hot mess, and there's this unsettled feeling. And so to put something at the top of the ticket, not just one but two women, and those two women in particular, Kamala Harris has been the butt of every joke of just not getting things done.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't see it. And so even though I say, because my brother John is always in my brain of, the two women, like, absolute, what a disaster. But those two women in particular would be a disaster for America, in my humble opinion.
855-839-1210 if you would like to jump in. So what does the next 28 days look like for the Democratic Party? I'll give you a little bit of the in-the-weeds minutia here. This is courtesy of The Hill. Here's what they say. To ensure an orderly process, here's how this whole process would play out with 7 different steps. Number one, the Rules Committee of the DNC could immediately meet to lay out an abbreviated campaign schedule and process voted on virtually by the full DNC after their deliberations to select a new nominee for president. It is possible that this could occur over the course of just 4 days. Number two, after approval of the plan, the candidate certification process would begin. Each candidate for nomination will be required to secure the endorsement of 40 sitting DNC members from approximately 450 members, the vast majority of whom are elected in their states and broadly representative of Democrats nationally. Step number three, the 40 must include at least 7 members from each of the party's 4 geographic regions. Given the number of DNC members, such a process would most likely result in no more than 5 potential nominees. So we wouldn't have 10, 12, 15 different people in the mix here. It would be no more than 5. Step 4, these nominating petitions will be submitted to the DNC Committee for Certification no later than 10 days after the process is announced. Number 5, while certified candidates will be free to conduct campaigns on their own, the DNC will likely host 2 televised town halls over a 10-day period in which people will get a better idea as to what the candidates are about. Number 6, the process will conclude at the convention where the candidates will be formally nominated and votes cast by the 3,933 elected delegates in the first round and 4,672 in subsequent rounds, which will include the automatic delegates. And then after the nominee is selected, they will be asked to select their vice president running mate on the final day of the convention, which is August 22nd.
Wow.
So that's pretty much it. So if you think anything's going to slow down here in the next 4 weeks for Democrats,
yeah,
they're full speed ahead until Labor Day.
Keep it locked on this radio station. Well, everybody will be, but keep it locked on this radio station from now until Election Day.
Yes.
And then well beyond, because God only knows what's going to happen on Election Day.
But I don't think, even though people are saying, oh, it's going to be this open convention, and you won't even know, the Democrats, what are they famous for? They are famous for they line up, they meet in closed-door meetings, they decide all of this. And that's what they're doing right now as we speak, and starting over the weekend. They strategize, they all line up, and they're all going to do what they are told. They don't have rogue people generally in their party. They all line up. Republicans, and it's the old saying, some of your best qualities are your worst qualities.
Yep.
So, right? So the Republicans, the GOP, what do we have? We have people who passionately believe in certain things and are not going to say, okay, I'm not going to believe that just for a win. That doesn't happen for Republicans. It doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
And so right now, and so with Democrats, they line up because they say the most important thing here is that we win. So we've got to line up, get our game plan together.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter because you're really going to have a ticket that nobody in the Democrat coalition or the primaries voted for.
Yeah.
So I mean, there is precedent for this. It happened in 1968 with Hubert Humphrey and Lyndon Johnson. Lyndon Johnson stepped down in I believe March of 1968. His running mate Hubert Humphrey ran and lost to Richard Nixon. So that was. They got a 4-month head start on what the Democrats did, yesterday.
Right.
So,
but think about the time period that you're talking about. So this was post Camelot, everybody reacting to Vietnam War, with Kennedy's assassination, and a tumultuous time. But for us in this modern time, the first time that we've seen this with social media in play. And so who did we see at the Republican National Convention? You might say, well, why do you have Dana White up there? Because, and I said to my teenage sons over the weekend, I said, Joe Rogan, because they're looking to, what did Rogan say about this? So now you have all of these influencers. We talked about Amber Rose from Philadelphia and her influence and the way that the Democrats, but remember Joy Reid flipping out, saying racist things about Amber Rose, saying, oh, she's racially ambiguous, as if to say, well, because she's of mixed background ethnicity, she shouldn't have a true voice or a big voice in the black community. It was like, wow, that just blew me away.
Right.
But they were very worried about that. So what influence will these influencers, so-called, in social media have over especially young voters who are impressionable, because Democrats traditionally in many communities, such as the African American community, have been told you're going to vote this way. They've been taken for granted. They know it now because of social media and these influencers. What impact will that have on the upcoming vote?
It's a good point. It's a good question. 855-839-1210.
Just one more thing too about the Lyndon Johnson comparison. He stepped down in March of 1968, and it was right after that My Lai massacre that happened in Vietnam, and he saw that his unpopularity was, after that whole thing, he was just like, there's no way he can win, which is why he stepped down, which is very reminiscent of what happened yesterday. Obviously, way different circumstances,
right.
But Joe Biden only was pressured to step down when his two closest associates came to him and showed him internal polling in battleground states where he had zero chance of winning.
And when they took his waffle cones. On that note, I want you to think about this as we wrap up the hour. We are 7 weeks and 1 day away. 7 weeks plus 1 day from the second debate, Tuesday, September 10th. Will we have Trump v. Kamala on the debate stage? And also, will the same rules be in place? Keep that in mind. 855-839-1210. Hour 2 is on the way. Dawn will kick off the 7 o'clock hour with some news, and then we'll pivot from Joe to Trump. The newest details emerge following the Pennsylvania rally, and also how the Secret Service continues to drop the ball as the director of the Secret Service testifies today on Capitol Hill, and also Trump in Michigan at Grand Rapids on Saturday, just 1 week removed from being shot in the ear. Hour number 2 of Kayal and Company is coming up next here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I always love the escape, and we can escape all the politics, all the daily minutia. How do we escape? Well, with a little help from my friends at Piazza. Take one look at its beauty. It's undeniable. Talking about the brand new 2024 Tonale from Alfa Romeo of Wilmington Pike, built with the iconic grille and 5-hole wheels. It's stunning. For your convenience, you're going to find a hands-free power liftgate, a 10-inch touchscreen, and keyless entry. Wait, there is more, like a wireless charging pad, brilliant LED adaptive lights, and a power moonroof. Ugh, Piazza, take me away. For a limited time, lease a Tonale TL all-wheel drive. Now, this is for only $299 a month. This is unheard of. Are you ready for this? $299 a month for 24 months. Visit Alfa Romeo of Wilmington Pike in Chadds Ford for all the details. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. I want to tell you about a huge Politics and Pints, really huge. I'm bringing to town on July 30th to the Scottish Rite Auditorium in Collingswood, New Jersey, Don Trump Jr. We'll talk the election, State of the Union, all the recent events, cash bars, soft drinks, wine, and the like. You don't want to be shut out on this one. Don Trump Jr. Go to 1210WPHT.com, 1210WPHT.com.
Whether you own a local business or a global one, you're always looking for ways to position your operation to create opportunities and move on them faster. With Bank of America, you get access to experts, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful, you'll make every move matter, locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Copyright 2024 Bank of America N.A.
I'm Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I learned about atrial fibrillation the hard way. My symptoms would come and go. Shortness of breath, fatigue. I kept going. Then I got so lightheaded, I couldn't. My doctor said I have AFib, so I'm about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. Other symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain can come and go, but the risk of stroke stays. If you have symptoms, tell a doctor. Visit NoTimeToWait.com.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
I'm Ultima Morgan. Every year, almost 30,000 babies in America are born with birth injuries. It's every parent's worst nightmare. If your child suffered a birth injury, please call our firm to find out if we can help.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
We're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that our daughters have what they need to grow and learn.
But that isn't the case for nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. that struggle with hunger.
Childhood hunger is a heartbreaking reality that Feeding America is working to change. Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste and provides it to families and children in need.
You can help kids in need in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
I learned patience from my adoptive dad. All he had to say was,
"Hey, you got this. Just breathe." Hey, we're pretty good.
Yeah.
Might have to start a band.
I got it.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more. This message is brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
You're in hot water, mister.
What'd I do?
I told you months ago our utility bills were getting higher because of that old outdated tank water heater.
Maybe it's time we finally switch to a Navien tankless.
Learn about Navient's high-efficiency tankless water heaters, endless hot water, all while helping you save on your energy costs.
Hey, look at this. Our utility bill is lower since we got the Navien tankless water heater.
Who's in hot water now?
We are, all the time.
Learn more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Comedian Joe Conklin.
Joel Embiid is excited. The process marches on. Oh, George, welcome to Philadelphia. Maury, hallelujah.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at Archbishop Wood High School in Warminster, PA, Saturday, September 28th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
The Sixers will prevail.
Oh, baby! JoeConklin.com!
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Real Success. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at ourrealsuccess.com.
Do you want to learn how to make money flipping houses and acquiring rental properties right here in Philadelphia? We're offering a handful of motivated individuals the opportunity to attend our workshop right here in Philadelphia for free. That's right, we'll give you 2 free tickets when you text INVEST to 64,000. Philadelphia is the perfect market to flip houses and build rental income. Discover the simple steps developed by Joe Arias, one of real estate's greatest rags to riches stories. You'll learn to flip properties and secure rental properties without using your own money and in your spare time. Don't miss this opportunity. Come to a complimentary live 2-hour workshop next week right here in Philadelphia and learn how to start making money flipping homes and building long-term wealth with rental properties. To get 2 free tickets, text INVEST to 64,000. Text in the next 10 minutes, and registrants will also receive a free copy of our Funding for Deals guide. Text INVEST to 64,000 for 2 complimentary tickets. Text INVEST to 64,000.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Get ready for that, folks. Get ready. Hour number 2. It's Kayal and Company here on a Monday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Hopefully all of you having a great start to your work day. 855-839-1210. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. Bike ride yesterday, a huge success. Thank you again to everybody who rode, to everybody who donated. And I got to tell you, the jerseys that we had, courtesy of GellmanLawFirm.com, very spiffy.
Yeah, they were.
Much better than most other teams that organize the ride.
Yeah.
Including other radio stations in this market.
Yeah.
We dunked on them. Take that with your silly jerseys. Cut sheet coming up at 7:45. It'll be absolutely loaded. We'll take your calls if you want to jump in. Never a slow day. Joe is out. Kamala likely in. When will that officially occur? Who will be her vice president? And how does the Trump campaign proceed to alter their game plan to go after Kamala Harris? We'll get into all of that as we continue, and the latest developments with last Saturday in Pennsylvania with Donald Trump, as Kimberly Cheadle set to testify today. And I would argue if there's ever a day where Republicans on Capitol Hill need to be at their A game, today would be the day.
I got to say, I'm way more interested in this than Kamala and Biden and all that nonsense.
Yes.
Honestly.
Yep. I think we could have fireworks and theatrics today, and it's my hope and my goal, if I was there, that Kimberly Cheadle walks out of there with zero integrity and zero dignity. Yep. I would undress her every single which way possible.
I mean,
verbally. Okay. And give her the business. Inexcusable. And I'm not even. We haven't even gotten to this story
like
yet.
You're 90 years old.
I am.
Inexcusable. I'm gonna give that young lady the business.
Yes.
Spanking machine.
You're the oldest 40-year-old I know.
Hey, young lady, you're about to get a tongue lashing. You heard? Meanwhile, 7:03. By the way, I got like 8.5 hours of sleep, so I'm not short.
Nice.
I'm not on short sleep by any stretch today, folks.
Yeah.
I was in bed by like 7:45 last night. I am a 90-year-old. I was down before the sun went down, like Joe. All right, let's get to the news. Round number 2 at 7:03. The Great Dawn Stenson.
Good morning. We are under a storm watch right now as we watch scattered T-storms moving through our region. We are sponsored by Piazza Auto Group this Monday morning, July 22nd. The headline in Philadelphia, baby killed. So this is a headline on multiple levels as Philadelphia police investigate. In this case, in this headline, we have a baby killed, the baby's mother hospitalized this morning, and another child hurt after being struck by a vehicle in North Philadelphia over the weekend. Police say it happened when the 31-year-old mom, who was pushing a stroller with her 22-month-old daughter inside and a 13-year-old child, they were crossing the street at the corner of North Front Street and East Wyoming Avenue. This is the Feltonville section of North Philadelphia, and this happened before dark on Saturday evening. Police say that 2022 blue Dodge Ram, being driven by a 22-year-old man headed eastbound, tried to turn northbound right there onto Front Street as this mom and the kids were crossing the intersection with a green light, but obviously yield to the pedestrians because making the turn there. The truck struck all three of these individuals in the intersection. 22-year-old baby girl was rushed to the hospital. They could not save her life. Then she was, remember, in that stroller. The 13-year-old child was hurt in the crash, but not with life-threatening injuries. The mom in stable condition in the hospital this morning. Just a horrible accident and a horrible scene, according to police.
It just never ends, does it? Just tragedy after tragedy.
Now, you mentioned the suspect who had been wanted for the shooting of a baby boy in his leg. That happened in the Northeast, in Northeast Philadelphia. That suspect is now under arrest and facing charges.
Thank God.
That one happened last Thursday, 4000 block of Meridian Street, Holmesburg section of, like I say, Northeast Philadelphia. Happened before dinner time last Thursday, and police saying the baby was with his mom and dad when a woman approaches, opens fire, and shoots the baby boy in the leg.
7-month-old.
Did you see the video of this?
Yes.
Do we have the audio and video?
I don't think there's audio. I think there's just video, and it's like a lot of the faces and everything. You understand why are blurred out.
Sure.
But it is just he just walks right in and just shoot like it's unbelievable.
Zero regard for human life.
It's unbelievable.
So they've arrested and identified 28-year-old Dominique Billups of Philadelphia, firing multiple shots at the parents and their baby. The baby was inside the stroller. The weird part also of this, the two parents run as the woman's shooting and shoots the baby boy, the 7-month-old, in the leg.
They left the baby?
They left the baby. The baby is taken to the hospital and then and is in stable condition. The baby survived because he was shot in the leg, But police say that when they get there, the babies, they said the baby's parents, they were nowhere to be found.
So in a matter of less than 6 days, we have a man at a rally in Pennsylvania, a firefighter who dives on top of his family to take a bullet. And these two leave the 7-year-old, presumably, in a stroller, some sort of push cart?
Yes, in a stroller, in the baby stroller. The video's incredible, but Philadelphia police officers saying it took about an hour to find the couple. They were just a few blocks away from where the shooting happened at another house or whatever. So they flee, leave their baby shot, and they take off, and the police are going door to door trying to, because they don't know, are the parents shot to death?
Mm-hmm.
You know, they're trying to figure this out. So the parents they're fine, but just police are going door to door while the baby is rushed by somebody else. Somebody calls 911, and the baby's in the hospital.
It's amazing. Amazing that a 7-month-old baby would even survive being shot in the leg, to be honest.
Well, our amazing medical staff. So there's a lot. Obviously, there's a lot to investigate here.
Yeah.
I just there are some people in this world.
We bring back the firing squad.
That just shouldn't live.
Right.
Well, and it always begs the question, when there's so many couples trying to have a baby who, I think of Zioli, and he and Bridget adopted their first two children, and so many people just praying for a child and great parents.
Yep.
And I know that anybody going through that says, why, God? Why do you let these things happen, first of all, to any child, but to think about these parents, you try to wrap your brain around it.
Like I said last week, pulling a page out of the Vivek playbook. Vivek said you had to pass the civics test to vote, and I said you should have to pass some sort of IQ test to procreate. We got to stop letting dumb people have kids.
And for criminals, you're right. We need to bring back the firing squad because if there was that type of punishment for committing these crimes, they wouldn't commit crimes.
You saw how they got rid of crime basically in El Salvador, right?
Yeah. Exactly.
Quick, fast, and in a hurry.
Yep.
What, they sent all the prisoners here? Oh, no, that was Venezuela. Forgive me. Police investigating a mass shooting that took place in West Philadelphia. 9 people shot, 3 of them dead. According to Philadelphia police, happened just after 2 o'clock in the morning, Sunday overnight, and 1200 block of North Alden Street. According to authorities, this stemmed from some kind of a fight. They say that at least 100 people were gathered overnight on the street. And in this one, so 100 people gathered, shots ring out. Those killed, they're not releasing their names, but we know they're young men, ages 23, 29, 33 years old, and detectives looking for the gunmen involved.
By the way, the John on the YouTube chat said that baby's parents had warrants out for them. And that's why they ran.
Shocking. The hell you say?
It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
Left their baby.
Lock them up
baby in
too.
a stroller.
Lock them up too. Firing squad for them too.
Yep.
Oh my goodness.
If they're found guilty, of course.
But before that, they have to watch The View on loop for 24 hours.
I want to be fair.
Yeah.
If they're found guilty.
So headlines this morning as Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro endorsing the Veep, Vice President Kamala Harris for president. This was yesterday, hours after President Joe Biden announced he's leaving. He's not leaving office. He's still commander-in-chief. He's still president, but he's leaving the 2024 presidential race against Donald J. Trump. So Shapiro putting out there, I will do everything I can to help elect Kamala Harris as the 47th president.
Yeah. By the way, Nick, apropos of not what Dawn was saying, but Handsome Bob would like to know your time on the bike race yesterday. You haven't revealed that yet.
I have not, but we do have a discrepancy, which I think we need to address to the public right after Dawn wraps up the news.
Okay.
Yeah. But you take your time, Dawn.
I know. Thanks a lot.
No, I'm serious. Take your time. We'll get to it.
So we have the last line. I'll just say we'll talk about everybody commenting, and as well on the Republican side, I know that Dave McCormick, who's running for Senate as a Republican against Casey, he released a statement saying, basically Kamala Harris would be a disaster. But this certainly has not stopped all the momentum for Democrats. Harris raising The headline is nearly $50 million after
amazing.
After Biden drops out of the race.
I'd love to know specifically where those funds are coming from what super PACs. They've got to be super, super far left. I can't imagine anything sliding slightly back right. Any big denominations are coming from groups like that. It'd be interesting to see where this and how she starts to address all this, because those questions are going to come out. Like as soon as Karine Jean-Pierre gets to the podium, there's going to be a lot of things that unfold today, by the way, in Washington. So be on the head on a swivel, folks.
Yeah, it's all gonna. I mean, there's so much happening today for sure.
Yep.
I will say that we've needed the rain, and all the lawns are brown, and everybody's been grumbling about rain. Well, we're going to get a lot of the much needed rain, the beneficial rainfall that we've been talking about this week, but with it, high humidity levels. So we're on this watch for these flash floods and scattered T-storms already moving through our region. Today, clouds increase, showers and storms developing through the day with a high of 85 degrees. Tonight, more showers, more storms, and any activity will be scattered in nature, meaning not everybody is going to see the same coverage. The low is near 70. That's going to feel nice overnight.
Nice.
Tomorrow, nice. More rain tomorrow, but it will exit. So we'll rain overnight. The rain exits during the morning rush, wee hours of the morning tomorrow. And then we'll spend most of the day mostly cloudy, muggy, warmer tomorrow, 88 degrees, but more rain, more thunderstorms will develop later tomorrow evening. That unsettled pattern continues. Wednesday, scattered T-storms again, mid-80s. Thursday, pretty much the same, although Thursday we could see heavy downpours possible. Friday, we get a break. Sun and clouds, less humid. Even though the high on paper looks like 88 degrees, it'll feel nice because we'll have, nice is the key word here. It'll feel better because of less humidity Friday, and much of the same for your Saturday. We return to the heat Sunday with 91 degrees, but at least this week we're not in the 90s, and we are getting much needed rain, especially for Greg Stocker. We need some pictures of Stocker's lawn.
No, you'll never get those.
Looks like a haystack in Texas right now.
We are sponsored by Piazza Auto Group this morning during the Honda Summer Event. There's some amazing deals going on. You want to get financing as low as 1.9% APR for 48 months. Select new models. Just visit Piazza Honda of Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield. You can always check them out online, piazzahonda.com, PIAZZA. Piazza Auto Group, thank you for sponsoring our news. 7 a.m. news this hour. Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. Thank you to Piazza Honda as well. I finally put the Ridgeline to use yesterday for something other than my golf clubs and groceries. I should say Saturday, moving dressers and stuff 7 blocks down the road. Didn't really need much of a U-Haul truck. So for all those people out there, you don't really have a big truck. It's a little truck. It's like a minivan. It's like an SUV. Yeah. Should have seen me hauling around couches, pal.
Oh, my goodness.
All right.
What a hectic weekend for you.
I know. I'm going to crash eventually. It'll probably be later today. The nap today is going to be glorious. We're going to get to all the Trump fallout from Pennsylvania as well as Michigan. 3 big headlines as far as Secret Service additional resources. The gunman who flew a drone over Pennsylvania like he was Mike Opelka flying it over a par 3 at DuPont Country Club.
There was so much news that came out over this weekend just about the shooter that all kind of got swept under the rug because of this this Biden announcement.
Well, it is an Obama announcement, basically. You're right. You're not
Freudian
wrong
slip.
there.
Yeah.
Yes. We're going to get to the discrepancy with the ride, but first, let me get Ed in Delran. You know, as I pulled in yesterday and I had sweat pouring down my face and I was chugging water and I found out that Joe dropped out, I said, I wonder what Ed in Delran thinks. Well, now we get the answer. Ed in Delran, what are your thoughts on Joe Bite Me getting out of the race?
Oh, listen, first off, I got to say, Nick Kayal continues to pick at political phony tail. He gets it done, baby. Yeah. Well, anyway, This is the most disgusting cover-up I've ever seen in my entire life. I never thought I saw anything as bad as what's going on with the media, with the cover-up on Biden, and then Kamala Harris in an interview there's no need for me to take over because Joe's just fine. Well, I mean, the lies are just so atrocious.
Mm-hmm. Yep, but then it became undeniable with the debate, continuous polls. But as soon as Schumer and Pelosi, and ultimately I think Obama was the dagger. When Clooney penned that op-ed for the New York Times, you knew that was an extension of Obama's views. And once that came out, it was curtains for Joe.
I really believe they stuck a piece of paper in front of Joe because somebody wrote it for him, and they said, "Hey, Joe, you got to sign this." "Oh, okay, no problem. I'll sign it."
Yeah, I mean, think about this too yesterday, and thank you for the call, Ed. We didn't even get Joe on camera.
I was
certainly not live.
Yep.
He didn't do a pre-recorded where it took him 30 takes to do a 2-minute concession. I mean, he basically just posts a letter on his social media, and I mean, how much more will we see of him? To be honest, in public.
So he does still have COVID. So he is still testing positive for COVID. So maybe that is a factor into it. But I do agree with you that if you're calling all of your closest associates to your house, and according to Politico and according to the New York Times, the call was, I need you to come over to the house now to like his 2 closest associates. They had to mention in the article, by the way, that they were all socially distanced.
Oh, yeah.
Just in case.
They were masked.
Yeah. So because Joe's still testing positive.
Good God.
Allegedly.
Yeah. So you have to wonder why, going back to the Lyndon Johnson thing, he addressed the nation in 1960. Well, why does it? I mean, maybe Biden will, you know what I mean? But why a written statement and not? I don't know.
Now, Dawn, you said something kind of a little snarky there, allegedly testing positive for COVID. I just want to mention this. Remember last week how everybody was saying, where's the medical report about Trump being shot? Where's the doctor? Blah, blah, blah. Ronnie Jackson has officially put out a letter saying he examined Trump. He gave the details of the size of the hole in his ear, which, by the way, if you notice, Trump took off the big white bandage and now has like a little tan Band-Aid that kind of blends in with his skin tone, so it's not as obvious. I want to know if we're going to play that game of where's the medical confirmation. Where's the medical confirmation that Joe tested positive for COVID?
Yeah.
Like what you're just saying with the way you kind of phrased that,
Yeah.
You're having doubts as well, right?
Yeah, I mean, we don't have the transparency. I mean, it's amazing to me on one side of the aisle that they'll question everything and say, oh, they should release everything on Trump. And even Fauci with the audacity
to
we'll
get
question.
to that.
Oh,
I have that
my
audio.
gosh.
Yeah, stay in your lane,
Fauci
Tony.
makes me furious. Just shut it.
Yeah.
But, President Biden, what is this, day 3 or day 4? Now I'm
He tested positive on Friday. No, Thursday.
Thursday. All right, so
Thursday.
it's more than that. So how many days do you have to? Because some people say that by the time you test, you've already had it so many days. I don't know, but he did. So he tested positive Wednesday.
Okay. Yeah, so it's been 5 days.
Like
right?
Why? Yeah, mild symptoms, and was put on a course of Paxlovid.
Yeah.
So, which he's still on apparently.
And since Democrats love virtual so much, you could have just jumped on a Zoom, right? You don't have to have them come to your residency and be socially distanced. Fire up the old Zoomster. That's what you had my kids on for a year and a half, right? Come on.
Yeah.
855-839-1210. By the way, discrepancies over the bike ride yesterday with the finish of the time.
Uh-oh.
So I'm not sure who posted it from the station Twitter feed, but they had me at 5 hours, 47 minutes. Once I pulled my phone out of my bag, I got an email from Families Behind the Badge saying I finished in 5 hours, 38 minutes. So we have a 9-minute discrepancy here. I like to go with 5 hours and 38 minutes as opposed to 5 hours and 47 minutes.
So just so you know, Dawn, Stephanie Mack finished 4 hours and 25 minutes.
And only stopped twice.
I
stopped 4 times.
Road Warrior finished in 3 hours and 12
Oh,
minutes.
my gosh.
He didn't stop once then.
No.
Thus the name Road Warrior.
The guy,
He's a warrior.
the guy that he was riding with, because I have a picture of them too, they only stopped for a bathroom break.
Wow.
That was it.
I have no idea how anybody does that. Yes, and Marissa Fitzgerald, the widow of the great Christopher Fitzgerald from Temple, she also finished about 45 to 50 minutes sooner than I did. Basically, every female out there dusted me. But I have no problem saying that.
At least you rode.
Yeah.
Because I was getting a lot of S-word, Dawn.
Yeah, you showed up, man, and you were like...
Stephanie Mack was really, she was like, you need to shave your legs.
Yeah.
I'm like, a little discrepancy. Speaking of discrepancy, I didn't say that if we got to 20,000, I would shave my legs. I said at that time when Mark O'Connor and her were in the studio that if we got a $2,500 donation, right, that I would shave my legs.
Which we never did.
Thank you.
And understandably so, because it's a lot of money.
It is a lot of money.
Besides that, Greg waxes.
Well, we'll see that whole crew at the end of December, mid-December, for the Andy Chan block party.
That's correct.
So, yeah.
And Stephanie Mack will outdrink me on that day, too.
Yeah.
What a legend.
She's a warrior, man.
Yeah, she really is.
Yeah.
All right, let's get to the Trump details on the other side. That will lead us right into the cut sheet as we continue Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Tired of your old kitchen or bathroom? Then you need to give Kitchen Magic a call. They offer no shortage of solutions for any room in your home. With a new vanity and a tub shower conversion, you'll love that new bathroom. Plus an industry-leading warranty, a 10-year recipient of Lehigh Valley's top workplaces. Right now, they're offering 12 months of no payments, no interest financing with 10% off your remodel. Get your free in-home consultation today at kitchenmagic.com. That's kitchenmagic.com.
Are you dealing with tax debt or unfiled tax returns and don't know how to make the problem go away? Is just the thought of dealing with the IRS giving you a panic attack? Let Legal Tax Defense take the pressure off of you. All tax relief companies are not the same, and all tax problems are complex and different. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS, the experienced tax attorneys and licensed enrolled agents can resolve the toughest cases. For over 15 years, Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating settlements for individuals and businesses just like you. All of their online ratings are A+. Even if you've received a threatening notice from the IRS, facing a wage garnishment, or have had your bank account levied, it's not too late to call Legal Tax Defense for a free no-risk consultation. Get peace of mind and security knowing you hired the best. Call Legal Tax Defense at 800-962-2403. 800-962-2403. That's 800-962-2403.
Family and Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey is known for being South Jersey's diamond destination and your trusted jeweler for quality, service, and price. Choose from the largest selection of engagement rings in the area or have their master jewelers create a one-of-a-kind ring just for your special day. Visit their showroom or shop online at familyjewelers.com.
Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Did you know you can stream Fox News Radio on the free Odyssey app? Just download the free Odyssey app and search for Fox News Radio to hear the voices you trust. Brian Kilmeade.
Why are we so scared of Iran thinking they were at war with them?
Guy Benson.
Get the bleep out of here. It's disgusting.
Jimmy Fallon.
Then this administration rolled into town with a checkbook.
Are all on the free Odyssey app. From the news and talk to keep you informed and up to date during election season. Listen to Fox News Radio on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY.
Philo's got a world of entertainment for you to explore with just one subscription. Sign up today and start watching all the networks you love, like A&E, MTV, Discovery, Lifetime, Hallmark Channel, and so much more. Featuring current seasons of all the best drama, true crime, reality, and family-friendly shows you can't afford to miss. And with up to 3 streams at once, you'll never have to fight about what to watch. Get started today and unlock our library of over 75,000 movies and shows, and save all your favorites with the unlimited DVR so you can rewatch them anytime, anywhere for up to a year. Philo now includes access to AMC Plus. You can discover your next obsession from its collection of hit originals like Mad Men, The Walking Dead, Killing Eve, Orphan Black, and tons of blockbuster movies. There are no contracts, no commitments, and no hassles. For just $28 a month, Philo's a better way to watch TV. So what are you waiting for? Visit philo.tv and sign up today to start your 7-day free trial. That's philo.tv.
The following is a paid commercial announcement.
Inflation fears started in 2021. The warning signs were everywhere. But Senator Bob Casey ignored the warnings and sided with the liberals in Washington, voting for trillions in reckless, wasteful spending. And all that reckless spending made inflation worse, driving up prices on almost everything you buy. Now, Pennsylvania families are paying the price for Senator Casey's reckless spending. Our state's been hit the hardest by higher prices. With Senator Casey's reckless spending, grocery prices are up 25%. Rent, it's up 21%. And electricity's up 29%. Senator Casey helped create this mess. And now, Pennsylvania families are struggling to make ends meet. Call Senator Casey at 202-224-6324. Tell him to support S575, the Fight Inflation Through Balanced Budgets Act, and fight against inflationary government spending. Paid for by One Nation, onenationamerica.org.
Discover the 2024 Tundra at Tri-County Toyota. Right now, get $1,000 customer cash or enjoy financing starting at just 1.99%. Plus, with Tri-County for Life, your engine, parts, and service are guaranteed for life. Enjoy free PA inspections and much more. We're easy to find off the Limerick exit at 422. Visit TriCountyAuto.net today for more details and experience the Tri-County difference.
Your official home for Penn State football and basketball is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app. Listen to every Nittany Lions game on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Oh, 7:28, Kayal and Company rolling on inside of 20 minutes until we get a Monday installment of What's on the Cut Sheet. A big day today as Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheadle will testify on Capitol Hill in front of House Republicans. Keep in mind, last Saturday, 9 days ago, it was a very busy day for the Secret Service. As we know, they were stretched thin in Pennsylvania, 3 ways to Sunday, so to speak, as Donald Trump apparently got the scrap heaps of what's left over. Keep in mind, Jill Biden was in Pennsylvania. She had Secret Service protection. Kamala Harris, also in Pennsylvania last Saturday, 9 days ago. She had Secret Service protection.
For much smaller events.
For much smaller events, yes, no doubt about it. And we get new details. I've got a story here from the Wall Street Journal, CNN, and also Fox News. So Trump's protection detail at the Pennsylvania rally included non-Secret Service agents, according to GOP senators. And I said this last week when we came on the air Monday, when you looked at a few of those individuals with their jackets and their coats, I thought they were U.S. Marshals. In fact, they were not, but they were inexperienced agents from Homeland Security. So Donald Trump basically gets whatever is left over, for lack of a better phrase. And according to a letter sent to Alejandro Mayorkas, who's our Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security, which was then released by Senator Josh Hawley, Republican from Missouri, quote, whistleblowers who have direct knowledge of the event have approached my office. According to allegations, the July 13th rally was considered to be a, quote, loose security event. For example, detection canines were not used to monitor entry and detect threats in the usual manner. The letter was also sent to U.S. Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheadle. So there's a few other details we'll get to here in a moment. So now we're getting people that can't secure or won't secure the border that Donald Trump gets in Pennsylvania. And I don't know, maybe was the thought process, well, it's Pennsylvania. Well, it's rural Pennsylvania. It's out in the country. Donald Trump is safe out there. It's a county that Donald Trump carried by over 70%. Those are, quote, his people. And what do we end up getting? A 20-year-old who climbs up with a rifle and shoots Donald Trump. We also find out that the Secret Service says it denied Donald Trump additional resources even when the Trump team complained and asked for additional resources. That, according to CNN. A spokesperson for the Secret Service said in a statement on Saturday, just 2 days ago, that the agency has not provided certain resources in the past, but has instead provided other security measures, including from local partners. And when I read that, I thought back to the caller that we had last week who claims that Secret Service has been lacking for 3 or 4 decades, where it's not all that it's cracked up to be. I think when we hear Secret Service, we just think the best of the best, this big staff of people, which makes the president or former president impenetrable.
But apparently that is not the case, which I don't care that that's not the case. I don't care what the precedent is. I don't care if it's Democrat, Republican, left-wing, right-wing, Trump, Biden, or anybody in between. The president of the United States and or the former president of the United States, who, oh, by the way, is the presumptive frontrunner to win re-election in 3.5 months, those people need to be protected at all costs, bearing no expenses. And I don't want less than qualified individuals protecting those people. I don't want anybody trying to kill Joe Biden. I damn sure don't want anybody trying to kill Donald Trump. And this just goes to show you right now where I think we are. And yes, you can bring up DEI. You could talk about the one female who couldn't get her gun out of a holster. And now basically you're seeing this rebuttal now from the Secret Service. And they posted I don't know if it was from Cheadle's office or somebody else, that said, we are not going to back down, and we will continue to have qualified females, and we will hit our, quote, 30% goal, yada, yada, yada. To me, I'm not interested in your quotas or your diversity. I want competent people. And as I said all along, if those females are more than qualified and there's no difference between them and a male, that's great. More power to them, because it's possible. I mean, there's girls that would kick my butt in a variety. I mean, I just lost by an hour to Marissa Fitzgerald. She's far more qualified to ride a bike than I am. I have no complaints about that. But now if they wanted to put Marissa Fitzgerald ahead of me and I beat her by 42 minutes, I would have a gripe, right? So this is the thing with the Secret Service. Put the most qualified people out there. If we're not protecting presidents, who else is at risk? Supreme Court justices? Kavanaugh ring a bell? Senators, congressmen, congresswomen, governors, mayors. These people need to be protected by the best of the best because we live in polarizing, divisive times.
Yeah, and because think about the widow, Helen, of Corey Comparator, whose funeral was just on Friday.
Yeah.
And so when you don't properly cover, and that's according to these 4 whistleblowers, that not only, as far as the former president or the president, generally speaking, they have all this security surrounding them, an extra layer. But for Corey Comparator, for his wife, for his daughters, this is shocking that a man who just turned 50, that we just celebrated, his family, I'm sure they're watching this with outrage. And I'm sure the families of those 2 other gentlemen, David Dutch, and now escaping me is the other gentleman, but David Dutch for sure, a military veteran who was in that, they put him into a medical coma. Thank God.
He's out of it, right?
He's out of it.
Yeah.
But you know what I mean? So it's not just that you're putting one individual, that's bad enough, but and this kid, by the way, they say that the gunman here in Pennsylvania had these IEDs. Yep. So that crowd of 55,000+ people, the truth is, they were all put in danger by this incompetence.
Yes.
Can we just go back in the Wayback Machine to 5 days ago when Alejandro Mayorkas was on CNN, and this is cut 14, Phil, if you want to pull this up, and he said that he emphatically did not deny any request for more protection by Trump. He called it baseless and false. This is cut 14, Phil. Go.
And I sincerely appreciate the clarity on this. I did want to ask you, because this has popped up. Republican Congressman Mike Walz, he said on social media on Saturday, and I'm going to read this for you because it does talk about you, Secretary. I have very reliable sources telling me that there have been repeated requests for stronger Secret Service protection for President Trump denied by Secretary Mayorkas. Your department has already pushed back on that, calling that absolutely false, but he is putting this on you. Can you respond to that, please?
Well, that's a baseless and irresponsible statement, and is one that is unequivocally false.
Okay. Based on your track record over the last 3.5 years, I tend to believe that individual far more than I believe Mayorkas.
But if the reports are true, right, then there was Secret Service diverted from the Trump rally to protect Joe Biden and right?
Yes.
And also the NATO conference. They're saying
but that ended on Thursday is what we recall, right? And this rally was Saturday.
But it affects schedules because they're already short-staffed.
Yeah.
And this really, all of this, what we have to just remember, just zooming out for a second, this is all in reaction to the defund the police movement. I think all law enforcement across the board has suffered, and so they had low staffing. So everybody was working and converging as far as security for that NATO meeting.
Yeah, but this also goes to show you the politics that are being played. I mean, Bobby Kennedy gets denied Secret Service protection, right? Donald Trump gets scrap heaps, yet the First Lady and the Vice President are certainly well accounted for. You know, if you're short-staffed, let's say I'm just throwing out dummy numbers here, let's say you have 50 Secret Service members. How many of those 50 are the best of the best that are protecting Kamala and Dr. Jill? And then what does Trump get left over? And then Trump has to use Department of Homeland Security, and meanwhile Kennedy gets nothing. If we've said this a million times, and everybody's had the thought, you know, regardless of what you think about RFK Jr., if there's one person in politics that probably could use Secret Service protection, it's somebody in the Kennedy family, given the history of the last 60 plus years. Now this is interesting. CNN says, while Trump holds close relationships with members of his Secret Service detail, the relationship between those agents and the upper ranks of the agency has been tense for some time, according to multiple sources familiar with the dynamic. This is why I asked Sean Farish last week after he got done doing his Trump impersonation. I said, if you're Trump, do you just, because you have the resources, do you just go out and get your own people?
I would.
I mean, it's not like he can't afford it, right? It's not like he can't vet it. It's not like he's a guy who doesn't value trust and being able to bank on certain people and people that won't, stab him in the back. You can have your son involved. You can have other people involved. Get the best of the best and surround yourself with an army if you need be.
Yeah, but the failure was really looking ahead, 4 days or a week, and the coordination. The coordination takes more than just your immediate people who are surrounding you.
Right.
Because again, let's think about who died here, and thinking about the fact that we could have had a crowd in Pennsylvania that could have been a monumental disaster. We could have had thousands of people injured if this kid
mass casualties,
had blown everybody up. He allegedly had IEDs. He allegedly had a drone going over many days before. He allegedly left his firearm hidden. He allegedly had a ladder. I mean, this took planning. This was not just some idiot 20-year-old. And then we learned, I had reported this in one of the newscasts last week, they had these encrypted bank accounts. How does a 20-year-old have all of this? Mm-hmm. And that leads people, because there's just a void of information. People are saying, do I really believe that this 20-year-old really did this all by himself? And that's why people are, questioning this beyond just a nutty, crazed kid with mental health issues.
Yeah, one man with minimal resources, which leads us real quickly here to the last revelation of the weekend. The Wall Street Journal with a report, the Trump gunman who flew a drone over the rally site just hours before the attempted assassination. I mean, this 20-year-old just clowned the Secret Service and whatever is left of the Department of Homeland Security and local officials. I'll just lump everybody in for the sake of conversation. But the gunman who tried to kill Donald Trump was able to fly a drone and get aerial footage of the Western PA fairgrounds shortly before the former president was set to speak there. Law enforcement officials briefed on the matter said, further underscoring the stunning security lapses ahead of Trump's near assassination. The shooter flew the drone on a programmed flight path earlier in the day on July 13th to scour the Butler Farm Show grounds ahead of the rally. The predetermined path, the officials added, suggested that the shooter flew the drone more than once as he researched and scoped out the event site. How does a 20-year-old, the day of the event, just hours before, and remember, Trump rallies, people show up 8-9 hours in advance, right? The Michigan one on Saturday in Grand Rapids didn't start till about 7 p.m. People were lining up at 9 a.m. for that. So you're telling me there's a drone flying over the area and not one person thought to find out where that drone was coming from, who was flying it, perhaps shoot it down? Why is a drone over a random farm show?
And so Christopher Wray, FBI, is going to have to answer. He'll be asked this on Wednesday. He appears before the House Judiciary Committee Wednesday. So this is a week where, as Kamala Harris tries to make her pitch, and that's in the headlines, but on the other hand, the incompetence of this administration on full display with today. Kim Cheadle expected to be thrown under the bus, bipartisan support for her to offer her resignation. It's being reported widely that she's expected to say, "We failed, I failed." So will she offer her resignation?
Nope.
And then they'll blame her? Well, even if she says, "I failed," and she's taking accountability, then do they fire her? How does that work? But then on Wednesday...
Nobody in government gets fired.
Oh, I know. But it stays, well, except under the Trump administration, a lot of people got fired. But on Wednesday, I'll just remind you, FBI Director Chris Wray has some splaining to do.
Mm-hmm.
So it remains in the headlines through Wednesday at least.
All right. Coming up next, we will find out what is on the cut sheet. I took a glance last night. It will not disappoint. Kayal and Company cut sheet coming up next.
Yeah, you've heard me talk about Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding for years now. How much I love the work that they've done in my home to make my home more beautiful, energy efficient. You know by now, if I needed windows, doors, or siding, I would only trust the Chapman family team. Maybe you don't think of Chapman right away for siding or stucco remediation. I would trust nobody else with this critical investment in your home. If you're thinking of updating your current siding or maybe removing that stucco and then replacing it with siding, think Chapman and think James Hardie Siding. Yeah, they're offering 15% off your James Hardie Siding project, including windows, doors, shutters that you would purchase to complete your exterior makeover. With updated siding choices, the curb appeal of your home, obviously, it's going to wow you and everybody else. If you currently have stucco, updating it with James Hardie plank or that gorgeous vinyl siding, so many choices, they're going to add value to your home. These certified Chapman installers, they are the professionals you want on this job. If you or somebody you know are looking for windows, doors, siding, shutters, or hardware, just give them a call. You can text. They're local, like-minded, and listening right now. 610-431-8898, 610-431-8898. You can check them out online, chapmanwindowsdoors.com for all the details. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Tired of hearing scary ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. We may be able to significantly reduce and even eliminate what you owe to the IRS. Taxpayers should know. Huge savings are now being made available through the Fresh Start program that can drastically reduce the amount you will owe if you qualify. Even if you haven't filed your taxes in years or are facing wage garnishment, liens, levies, or under audit, we can help. We've earned over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today. To see what savings you may qualify for, visit us online at TRA.com or call us at 800-511-0379, 800-511-0379. Again, that's 800-511-0379. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-246-0553. 800-246-0553. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-246-0553.
We buy any car. Why sell your car at WeBuyAnyCar.com? Because when you trade in, you're dealing with a dealer. And sure, they're interested in a good deal. For them, not for you. Come to WeBuyAnyCar.com instead. All we do is buy cars. You get in, get out, and get paid at a fair price. So don't take chances with a trade-in. Go to WeBuyAnyCar.com for a free online valuation.
Find out how much your car's worth at We Buy Any Car. chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Don Stensland this morning at 10. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Many times I tried to tell you, many times I cried alone. Always I'm surprised how well you cut my feelings to the bone. Don't wanna leave you really, I've invested too much time to give you up that easy. To the doubts that complicate your mind, we belong to the light, we belong to the love.
747, Kayal and Company. It is a Monday morning here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stensland, Greg Stocker, Phil and Henry here as well. Very busy weekend.
Before we get to the cut sheet, can I just take a moment to address a tweet that came in today, and I just want to set this dummy straight.
What?
Chompy Blop. I can't believe I'm taking precious airwaves
What is
to
this?
respond to Chompy Blop.
Chompy Blop.
He says, "Were you guys ordered to not float idea that the failed assassination attempt on Trump was an inside job? You just keep pushing the mainstream media narrative. You think SS is really that incompetent? Listen, you low IQ dope. Nobody tells us anything to say. Dawn, has anybody ever said to you, say this, don't say that?
Nope.
Nick Kayal, has anybody ever said to you, say this, don't say that?
Hell no.
Dom, Rich would all say the same thing. Nobody orders us to say anything. I hate this narrative. I absolutely hate this narrative. All of these people that sit here and be like, oh, are you guys ordered? We're ordered to say nothing. We say what we think.
Yes.
I'm leaving all possibilities on the table for this whole thing.
Yes. The biggest question, which makes me wonder if in fact it was a coordinated inside job, as Chompy Blobber or whatever his name says.
Which is a great name.
Yeah, which is a great name. I got a visual.
Come on,
I just have an idea as to what a Chompy Blobber looks like.
He's a dope.
Probably looks like a
sloppy Chris Christie.
Probably couldn't do 65 miles.
Sitting in his basement, typing mean tweets.
No,
Shut up.
Maybe he just woke up or didn't hear. We brought up earlier the void of information and the fact that that's leading people to question whether or not a 20-year-old kid who maybe has mental issues could possibly do all of this, including those encrypted bank accounts. I'm thinking I'm going to give Chompy the benefit of the doubt. I think he's just
my question is why they allowed Trump to go on the stage, which I said last week on Friday, Chompy, if you were listening, I would not have allowed Trump to leave the green room and go out on stage. Mr. President, we have a threat in the area. Here's a McDonald's Happy Meal. Hang tight, we'll get you out there shortly.
Excuse me, are there any fries?
Yes.
I'm like this hits me. I'm sensitive to this because, as you guys know, I get a lot of emails and tweets and text messages from people saying, oh, are there people controlling your narrative? Nobody controls our narrative here. Nobody. Nobody will ever control our narrative. Let me say that at 7:50 in the morning on Morning Drive when I know tons of people are tuning in. Nobody will ever control the narrative on this radio station except for the people that have talk shows here. Yeah. The end.
And the reality is I haven't ruled out anything. I mean, especially, here's the thing for conspiracy theorists, which, by the way, the last 4 years, they're kind of hitting at a pretty good clip, right? So now more than ever, first of all, at a bare minimum, you should question everything. At a bare minimum, question everything. And the second the mainstream media tells you this is the way it likely went down, you should even raise your antenna even more.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll see.
No, first of all, I have a Fox 401k. Okay, so nobody's going to threaten me or tell me what to do.
Listen to her.
Okay.
Dawn, I need 20.
Wait. Hang on, lady.
I'm dreaming of that Tenali.
Hang on.
I'll tell you about the Tenali coming up at 8:45.
Stock market stuff. 401k is looking, okay. But in all seriousness, I'm going to say this. I am going to say this. That in my heart, if I'm being really honest with you, I feel that there is more of a focus on protecting a blue crowd and a Democrat crowd than a red crowd.
That's what I just said last segment. Yep.
And so think about East Palestine, Ohio, which is, they voted for Trump. Has Biden, he finally went there like a year and forever later. And so there is this feeling that, and that's why it's important that a president says, I'm everybody's president. We heard Trump say that at the rally.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not just half the country's president. I'm everybody's president. And so I believe in a president who says, hey, whether you voted for me or not, I care about you and I care about your security. And so the microcosm of what happened in Butler, Pennsylvania, to me personally is, my God, they never would have left a MAGA crowd, like a Democrat crowd, as opposed to this is a red MAGA crowd that was put into danger, not just former President Trump. And that's why it's critical that when he had that weird soundbite that I mean, he couldn't have known, but when he said something like the bullet, they not just want to take me down, they want to take you down. And that was that weird, thing that he said at a rally, and then he was shot at, and it killed Corey Comparator. And you think, oh my God, it's murder MAGA. I mean, that's what people I talked to over the weekend said, that this is a government that's been weaponized, that hates us, and has an administration that hates us.
Right.
And I think that's not lost on anybody, and that's why I think Chompy is nervous about. I think there are people who actually think, "Oh my God, this is real.
Yeah.
That we are not just hated, but murder MAGA."
Yeah.
All right.
Chompy's made me nervous because we're 7 minutes past due for the cut sheet.
Yes, exactly.
The highest rated segment of the show, Chompy.
What's on
We did benchmark.
the
damn
cut
it.
sheet?
That is something that I will control. We must hit benchmarks on this radio show, damn it.
Do not mess with his buttons.
Yeah.
What's on the cut sheet? You know who we do love and who we will always respect are the advertisers on this radio station. Again, because they stick their neck out to support what we do. That's why What's on the Cut Sheet is brought to you by the good people at Cherry Hill Volvo, where they have amazingly competitive pricing plus an additional $1,000 discount on all new Volvos. Cherry Hill Volvo is where relationships really do matter. Judith Yosef and the entire team look forward to meeting you. Check them out on Route 70 in Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. Starting with Cut 24, Phil. This is in what we were just talking about. Trump was interviewed by Jesse Waters. The full interview will air, I guess, tonight. But on the Secret Service warning him about what was happening, because we have all these reports that they knew, 3 hours ahead of time that there might be somebody suspicious there.
Right.
This is what he said on that. Cut 24, Phil, go.
Mistakes were made. They were monitoring this guy for an hour beforehand. Yeah. No one told you not to take the stage?
No, nobody mentioned it. Nobody said there was a problem. And I would have waited for 15. They could have said, let's wait for 15 minutes, 20 minutes, 5 minutes, something. Nobody said, I think that was a mistake. How did somebody get on that roof? And why wasn't he reported? Because people saw that he was on the roof. I mean, you had Trumpers screaming. The woman in the red shirt, she was screaming, there's a man on the roof. And then other people said, there's a man on the roof who's got a gun. And that was quite a bit before I walked onto the stage. So you would have thought somebody would have done something about it.
Look, I mean, I'll entertain every possibility and every idea out there. Could it very well have been a conspiracy? Yes, because, I mean, think about this. And we've laid this out in the past. What have they tried to do? They've tried to take him off ballots. They've tried to ban him on social media. They've tried to arrest him, indict him, arraign him, put him in prison. The only thing left to do is to murder the guy, right? So,
take him out.
But for a conspiracy of that level to be put in motion and almost executed within a quarter of an inch, the chain of command for all of this to come together. See, it's easy to say conspiracy, and because a couple of right-wing donkeys on Twitter post distorted videos, people buy it. And I'm all for listening and hearing everything. But the amount of coordinated collusion from the top all the way down to the bottom takes a lot of effort and planning and plotting. And look, They're diabolical. Could they have done it? Yes. But I just look at it from the standpoint right now that this was a incompetent Secret Service director which really shouldn't be the case. I know we talk about the whole Pepsi thing and Frito-Lay. She's been with the Secret Service half of her life. She was from going back to the Clinton era. She's been involved with the Secret Service for 27 years. And to what Dawn is saying, I just think they put more resources to the left as opposed to the right.
Yeah, you can pretty much guarantee that at any given moment, as far as Trump, think about, they already knew that Iran allegedly, wanted to take him out. And that has been confirmed by these high-level sources. But you think about any given moment, does a foreign government and terrorists around the world, do they want to take out our former presidents and our current president and wreak havoc with us? Yeah, we know that. So all you have to do is just let it be, if you will. In other words, we know, we have the advanced script of Kim Cheadle. They've leaked the script that she's going to read where she says, I failed, we failed. And so they're going to try to throw her under the bus. But the truth is, would they have held that crowd in Butler, Pennsylvania as precious if these were Democrats? Would they have cared more to say, hey, wait a minute, we are really down in security. We've got some rookies there. Let's bolster the security. And so it's by omission to just, we got enough. It's good enough. But it wasn't. And so that's my question. If this had been a deep blue crowd, would they have said, no, we need to bring in some people on overtime. We need to beef this up, like they did with Dr. Jill Biden, who only had about 100 people for her event
you could have had,
in Pittsburgh.
You could have had Phil Almquist and Henry Machette secure her. She'd have been fine. You needed 2 people for her.
And she was inside. She, it wasn't even an outside venue. So it was easier to contain with 100 people. Kamala was here in Philadelphia. Inside with, about 1,000 people. You have Trump out in the open air with 55+ thousand people on the farm show grounds there, and they just say, that's enough. They knew it was insufficient going in. They knew about the threats. And so just by the omission of it and just letting things go, to me, that's enough to say, to me personally, this administration has failed us.
Yeah, and to me, there's far more credence to those on the right saying conspiracy theory than the nut jobs on the left with their conspiracy theory, where I think I saw the number over the weekend, 34% of Democrats believe that Trump was either not shot or that this was planned by the Trump campaign and admitted. So the Trump campaign, and oh, by the way, Iran as well. So you're telling me either the Trump campaign or Iran was able to reach a 20-year-old in Bumble F, Pennsylvania.
Who was willing to die. And somebody
in the Trump campaign said, let's make sure we get within 2 millimeters of killing Trump. We'll just buzz his ear like a mosquito from hell, and then we'll kill somebody in the background in order to what? Unite the country? The left's conspiracy theory is far more far-fetched than the right is.
Dawn, hold on to your blazer. Dr. Fauci dismisses concerns over Trump's health since his assassination attempt. He was on with Wolf Blitzer on, I guess this was Friday. I'm not sure. This is cut 3, Phil. Go.
The last time I did have any meaningful interaction with him was 18 months ago.
You also served, Dr. Fauci, under former President Trump, as we all remember, and we've gotten very few medical updates about his condition since he was injured in that attempt on his life. Take a listen to some of what we've heard, at least so far, then I'll get your reaction. Listen to this.
When I heard a loud whizzing sound and felt something hit me really, really hard on my right ear, I said to myself, wow, what was that? It can only be a bullet.
There was no concussive effect from the bullet, and it just took the top of his ear off, a little bit of the top of his ear off as it passed through. We've got it dressed up. He'll be okay. He's not going to need it. It's going to granulate and heal in. He's not going to need anything to be done with it.
That was Dr. Ronnie Jackson, the
Thank you, Wolf.
former president's doctor at the White House and now a member of
Obama's
Congress.
former doctor.
What more does the public need to know about the extent of Donald Trump's injuries and his treatment?
You know, I don't think there is much more to it. I mean, from what we've seen and what we've heard, it was a bullet shot that grazed his ear and injured his ear. According to the physicians who examined him, there was no other further damage. So I think that with regard to the health related purely to the bullet itself, I think he's in the clear as far as I can see. I mean, it's dangerous to make diagnoses from a distance. From what I'm seeing,
But I'll do it anyway.
The way he's acting now and what his physician's reports are, it seems to have been a superficial wound to the ear, and that's all.
So Don Stenslin, a man from the NIH that got everything wrong in his select specialized category for 4 years, now is giving his medical diagnosis for a grazed wound to the ear. That's like a podiatrist advising you on how to treat diabetes.
Yeah, and what bothers me is that he's so nonchalant about it, that he doesn't say, you know, he's a physician, right? He's a medical doctor. And for him to just say, oh, it's superficial, it's a blah, 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 you know, not to say, come on, I know that you hate the guy and you're busted in all your lies, but still, you're supposed to be a medical professional.
Yeah.
To not say, hey, this certainly is a emotionally traumatizing situation. We're all thankful that the former president looks like he's making a full recovery or whatever he wants to say. But to say it in the way he does, which is just cold-hearted, it shows that he is so cold-hearted and uncaring.
Mm-hmm.
And the way that he says this just to slough it off, superficial, blah, 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 blah. He's just so quick to say that, that it just makes me just say, I just want to say, just go away, just shut up.
I wouldn't let him treat me for constipation.
Well, he's
a doctor.
Well, he's not a clinical, he's not a medical.
He's a doctor. I mean, yeah, he is. He's he certainly went to med school.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay. Yeah,
he's
but
not a PhD. He went to medical school.
He's just now he's been relegated to a researcher as a bureaucrat for the NIH. I've got Ronnie Jackson's full statement here. And Dawn, you mentioned, by the way, keep in mind that Ronnie Jackson was the physician under both Trump and Obama. Ronnie Jackson says the following: as the former appointed physician to the President Donald Trump, I was naturally very concerned, as was the entire world, about his well-being after the assassination attempt. The bullet passed coming less than a quarter of an inch from entering his head and struck the top of his right ear. The bullet track produced a 2-centimeter wide wound that extended down to the some sort of cartilage word. Surface of the ear. Cartilaginous, I don't know. Surface
Cartilaginous.
Yeah. Sounds kind of weird,
kind
doesn't
of
it?
kinky.
Yeah. There was initially significant bleeding, followed by marked swelling of the entire upper ear. The swelling has since resolved, and the wound is beginning to granulate and heal properly. Based on the highly vascular nature of the ear, there is still intermittent bleeding requiring a dressing to be in place. Given the broad and blunt nature of the wound itself, no sutures were required. Signed respectfully, Ronnie Jackson. So for Keith Olbermann and all the idiots out there, where's the medical statement of his treatment? There it is from the source himself, Ronnie Jackson.
I remember when I was a teenager and had my ears pierced and how it, first of all, hurt.
Yeah.
And for days was swollen. Had to ice it, put the alcohol on it.
I had my eyebrow pierced in the late 2000s or in the late 90s, and it was like it got infected. It was a mess.
Yeah. I don't know if this is true. I heard this over the weekend. Is it true that the ears bleed more than any other part of the body if pierced or shot or
they're bleeding? They get all puffed up.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, like a little piercing and it's intended.
By the way, like anybody who's ever, and I can't count myself as one of these, but I feel like anybody who comes that close to death, like there's some traumatic experience in that. You know what I mean? Like I would have cried like a little baby.
So
I would be like,
same thing.
please don't get off of me. Please stay on top of me.
I would have been yelling, Secret Service, don't you dare get off of me until that shooter's dead.
Exactly. You protect me, damn it.
Trump's up 75 seconds later saying fight, 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 fist pump, fist pump, fist pump.
Yeah. On Friday night, Bill Maher confronted Pete Buttigieg. Thank you. On the massive security failure in the Trump shooting. Now, remember, this happened before Joe dropped out on. By the way, at the end of this interview, if you watch the whole interview, Bill Maher basically said it should have been you running for president. So, I mean, that's a dark horse too in the Kamala. I don't think she's going to pick him. But his name has been floated around.
I mean, you think about the identity politics sandwich that would create. You'd have the first African-American female president with a gay white vice president.
Again,
They would love that.
I don't think it's going to be him, but
No.
I'm just telling you that.
He can't even get the trains and the planes to do the right thing.
Cut to Phil, go.
Should Joe Biden have fired the Secret Service head? I mean, I don't understand that.
I'm not in on all the details of the Homeland Security side. I know there's a really serious after-action report and process and a whole lot of scrutiny going on there. I think, everything that led up to that moment, that horrible moment, is under a microscope. And I believe that President Biden and the administration will do the right thing.
But you didn't need a microscope to see it.
Yeah, but you
the
also...
guy was on the roof, like not that far away, with a rifle for a long time. I mean, I've seen people fired for less, and it just looks bad. It looks like, well, the other guy from the other party got shot. We'll look into it if we have time.
I think it's that when something of this gravity happens, you don't just dash off a decision. You do a comprehensive process to find every single piece of anything that could go wrong. And then there's going to be accountability and there's going to be change. I'm sure of that. Again, I'm not in the middle of that, obviously. That's not my lane. But I know that's what's going to happen.
Oh, well, I'm not sure what lane Pete's in. Whatever lane he's in, he never seems to produce results. It is remarkable, too, that when you think about what transpired on that day and the fact that there is still not going to be somebody that gets thrown to the wolves, right? Somebody has to be sacrificed. Somebody has to lose their job. I just go to show you how partisan and divisive this administration is. I would say right now, on July 22nd, now knowing that Joe is going to step away at the end of his first term, and he's already said he would not do this, there's a far better chance that Joe will pardon his son, Hunter Biden, than he will fire Kimberly Chu. I think you can take that one to the bank.
Well, I have no doubt that no matter what, Joe Biden pardons his son. He'll do it after he'll do it after the election. He'll wait until sometime over December.
Slow days, holidays.
And it'll be a long list and yeah, fine.
Yeah, on his way out, he's 100% going to do it.
Which is why he will not step down as commander-in-chief. I know this morning J.D. Vance is among those calling for the 25th Amendment being invoked and all of that, but there's no way Biden gives up the presidency because he's thinking about Hunter.
Yeah. If Joe was competent enough yesterday to negotiate the buyout, so to speak, he or Dr. Jill probably said, we get to finish up our term, Hunter gets pardoned, and you grease our wheels along the way. And we'll, endorse Kamala, and we'll do what's best for the future of the party.
This is cut 4, Phil. Joy Behar on Friday said it was very unchristian, very narcissistic for Trump to say that God saved him.
It was unchristian.
According to Joy Behar.
Okay.
Cut 4, Phil, go.
I want to point out one thing. I'm speaking to fellow Christians. I was raised Catholic. I'm a Christian girl. When something like this happens to you, like this assassination attempt, and you say something like God was watching me, that is a very unchristian thing to say because it's very narcissistic. What about Corey? What's his name?
Imperator idiot.
The fireman who also.
What's his name?
What about all those guys who got killed on Sandy Hook? All of those people. Yeah. It's God was watching me and not watching them. There's something very disturbing.
God should have pulled the plug on that mic yesterday.
Somebody should pull the plug on all your mics.
Now? We'll be right back.
You needed one.
We'll be right back. It's very unchristian. Like I was raised Catholic. That's like when I see people on social media with like John 3:16 in their Twitter bio, yet their whole profile is filled with hatred and spewing nonsense. Not to get super religious here. Yes, you can be Christian, be a devout Catholic, and still be a sinner, right? That's what we all are. We all make our mistakes. But I love the people that advertise their faith, yet they hate 50% of society. That to me feels like Joy Behar. So if you want to think about that, Trump, and I don't think Trump is very religious at all. Just an assumption on my part. I don't think he goes to church every Sunday.
But he
he's
never
saying
has. But
right.
look. I mean, you have a bullet that a second ago, if you hadn't just turned your head, that you'd be dead.
Correct.
It kind of makes you think about things a little differently.
So he says that, and then Joy Behar's response is that, like, I'm sorry, regardless of whether or not he's religious or not, for somebody to say that is something that a Christian person might say, or somebody of some sort of denomination, Catholic, Lutheran, Baptist, whatever it might be. And even if you're not, and you have your doubts about the afterlife, if you are millimeters away from dying, maybe you're like, well, you know what? If there is somebody upstairs, he had my back at that moment. What a miserable curmudgeon of a lady.
By the way, on the pardoning of Hunter, Jimmy Matthews on the YouTube chat says the three of you would do the same thing if you were president.
No, absolutely.
I
would.
100% would.
I totally would.
100% wouldn't. My son can fend for himself.
No, I would.
We had, this is where Jimmy.
No, I agree with Jimmy. Jimmy, you're right about me. Would I pardon my kid? Absolutely.
No, I wouldn't.
Not me. We had this conversation almost 2 years ago when we started the show. Remember we were talking about a murder suspect on the run if it was our kid?
Yep.
And would you hand in your kid? And I think both of you said no.
This is different. This is different because this is somebody who, first of all, isn't accused of murdering anybody. He's a drug addict who's now, thank God, he's finding his way to sobriety. But is Joe Biden going to pardon him 100%? Would I pardon my kid in this same case? Absolutely.
I'm responsible.
100%.
I'm responsible for you until you're 18.
You are
After that, you're on your own, buddy. I made my way.
Mm-hmm.
You make yours.
You're full of it.
The end.
When I take away the iPhones and the tablets from my daughters and I say you get them back Tuesday morning, I don't give them back Monday night at 9 p.m.
That's you guys.
You're
so tough.
I'll tell you what. My daughters have 44 more years till they get to Hunter Biden's age. If my daughters go down the route of Hunter Biden over the next 44 years, not only would I not pardon them, I'd change my phone number and they wouldn't be able to find me.
You both.
All right, Jimbo.
Tough. You're good, Mr. Tough Guys. You're both full of it.
Speaking of tough guys, Mark Zuckerberg. So this is interesting to me, and I know this was played on this station on Friday, but I just want to. This is interesting to me because he doesn't endorse Trump. But he kind of does. He's like, I'm staying out of this one, because last time I think he threw all of his support behind Biden.
Mm-hmm.
But he said this when asked about endorsing, and he said this little, tell me if you think this is an endorsement without kind of endorsing. Cut one, Phil, go.
I've done some stuff personally in the past. I'm not planning on doing that this time. And that includes, not endorsing either of the candidates. Now, look, there's obviously a lot of crazy stuff going on in the world. The historic events over over the weekend. And, on a personal note, it's, seeing Donald Trump get up after getting shot in the face and pump his fist in the air with the American flag is one of the most badass things I've ever seen in my life. But,
look, it's undeniable. Take Mark Zuckerberg, far left. Take Joe Rogan, somewhere kind of in the middle, leans right. Take Tucker Carlson, super far right. Everybody can come together and agree on one thing, that Donald Trump had a badass, iconic, historic photo op moment. That was unbelievable. A 78-year-old back on his feet 75 seconds after almost dying from a gunshot. But here's the thing. Zuckerberg, because, this is the guy who deplatformed Trump on Facebook and Meta. Keep that in mind. This is a guy who has been grilled before Congress, and now he's going to stay out of it. He's not going to endorse anybody. But that was prior to Joe dropping out. Will Zuckerberg publicly endorse Kamala Harris? Keep that in mind, because that was, again, a few days old, and that was before yesterday.
I just find it because he says, I'm not endorsing, but then has that line afterwards. He definitely endorsed, right?
If you're the Trump campaign, it's an ad.
100%.
The Democrats and the left are creating the best ads for Donald Trump for the last 10 days.
Van Jones, Mark Zuckerberg, all
Absolutely.
of them. Okay, so now that we've gotten all the stuff that happened on Friday and Saturday out of the way, let's move on to Sunday. This was when Joe Biden released the statement at 1:46 p.m. on Sunday. A day that will live in infamy. Where were you? On all of the news stations went wall-to-wall coverage. MSNBC flew in all of their heavy hitters. Fox flew in all their heavy hitters.
Hey, Matta, you got to work a Sunday.
Yeah, CNN did the same. CBS News had breaking news coverage, too. CBS News had a Delaware Senator, Chris Coons, on, who we know is very close to Joe Biden. He cried. Sorry. I'm so juvenile.
That's one of your best snorts of the year.
It is.
I just find it amusing. This is cut 5. I'll go.
Joe Biden is grounded. He's grounded in his faith, in his family, and in our state. Excuse me. I'm sorry. This was a very difficult decision.
I'm sorry.
Man. I get it. He's on the home team. He's a Delaware guy. Give me a break with this. Do we really need to go back and expose Joe Biden for not being the great human being that people portray him to be?
Oh man. Oh, that is just I love when people cry on TV. I just do. It just makes me.
We need to mic up and get a camera for Dawn during like Trump speeches, like on a Thursday night when she's getting emotional.
Yuck.
We should just go live to her and carry it. We'll compare her to Chris from Delaware.
One more.
Joe Biden is grounded. He's grounded in his faith, in his family, and in our state.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Ignored his granddaughter. Okay.
Excuse me.
I'm sorry. This was a very difficult decision.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, it's like the Brady Bunch. Yep.
Very difficult decision.
A unified front. They are one of the most dysfunctional families in modern American politics, okay? I mean, seriously. We had Hunter's widow, Bo's widow, then starts going and having a relationship with Hunter. Stop with this. I can't take it anymore. They're not the Huxtables.
So Chris Coons, I guess, I mean, he's obviously a Delaware senator, but he's the national co-chair of Biden's reelection campaign. So he's had a power loss, if you will. I think that the fact that he's so emotional also shows that it was a difficult decision because they were all pressuring Joe Biden because he's losing in the polls, has nothing to do with his health. He's losing. And so this was, in a political sense, this was losing a major battle.
Yeah.
And so they're conceding. Trump won. That's really what this was. Like, well, Trump won, you're a loser, you lost.
Mm-hmm.
And they're all trying to say, oh, we're going to pay tribute, and oh, he's a great president, the greatest president. But we know that that's not the truth. The truth is they're all saying to President Joe Biden, you are a loser, Trump just beat you, and so we're casting you aside, and now we're going to try to mitigate whatever other losses we have.
Mm-hmm. I would also say this. I saw somebody last night as I wrapped up my show prep. Somebody posted something to the effect of Trump has now taken out Bush, he's taken out Hillary, and he's taken out Biden. I would just say, look, be very careful because there's going to be a lot of receipts that get saved over the next 3.5 months.
Yep.
God forbid Kamala Harris does win. Okay, Trump defeated Biden. If he doesn't beat Harris, nobody's going to remember him knocking Biden out of the box. And oh, by the way, I don't even know that Trump knocked Biden out of the box. The power players deep from within did. Obama, most notably.
Yeah, but,
Trump just
but they
exposed
did
him.
because Biden's losing in the polls.
Well, polls are
That's
polls.
why they did. Well, no, I mean, they do their internal polls.
I mean, there's still a possibility that if Joe doesn't drop out, that Joe could have won this election.
There's
right?
always
I mean, Trump was leading by, a couple of points, but it's not like people were really, truly projecting a landslide. I wasn't.
I mean, to your point, I actually think at the end of the day that I think the reason Biden fought this, because this is his wheelhouse.
Yes.
Biden's been doing this a long time, and I think he kept telling them, guys.
Well, he has nothing else to do. Where does he go from here, right?
Yeah, but I think that what he's saying is he's a known commodity. In the world of brand managers like Greg Stocker, you look at a known brand.
Yep.
So even though they're all living in the minutia of this and looking at their internal polls, to your point, here is Biden saying, I can win this. I can. Let me go forth, because Kamala, can they really raise her up? Or even people talk about Josh Shapiro. Okay, we all know Josh Shapiro, not just because he's the Pennsylvania governor, But, we're mentioning other governors of other states. None of these people are known commodities. And so in the world of brand, in America, we love our big brands. Trump is a huge brand.
Oh, yeah.
The others, Kamala and whoever, are unknowns.
And to your point, I agree with you. I truly do think that Joe felt like even in his heart of hearts that he could still win.
Yep.
I got to tell you guys that, like, if I'm a Democrat right now, I am pissed that it took, like, Joe Biden should have done this a year and a half ago.
Well, see,
because you've been lied to.
I would be pissed too if I was a Democrat, but not at the fact that I was lied to. The fact that I voted for him in a primary and you subvert democracy and say my vote doesn't matter.
Right.
Yeah.
And I mentioned that in the big take. I mean, the power brokers, the Obama, blah, blah, all the people behind the scenes, not only did they want Trump out of the equation, they wanted Biden out of the equation.
And that's just it. And I said this a long time ago about these delegates. They really are the kingmakers, the delegates. And are they pissed off? Are they angry about all of this, that they were lied to about his health, that now the Democrats, the operatives, are behind the scenes pulling all the strings and deciding this and taking and are they not a danger to democracy? Who's a danger to democracy?
Yes,
Democrats.
And for the few liberals that listen to this show, whether it's Jimmy Matthews or our buddy Terry from King of Prussia, just know whether you voted for Biden because you thought he was the best option or you just voted Biden as a default protest vote to Trump, they just told you, and I'm talking to those voters that listen to this show, the Terrys from King of Prussia, the Jimmy, your vote doesn't matter. That's what happened yesterday. So don't tell me about Trump being a threat to democracy. Your people said even what you want, we'll tell you what you'll get and you'll like it.
And by the way,
Thank you, sir. May I have another?
Yes, as I eat my fig bar.
I know. I'm like, what is he eating? He had a big bike ride yesterday, right?
I'm trying to replenish my nutrients.
I know. You got to have the electrolytes.
Van Jones on CNN yesterday nearly weeped.
Boy, Van's been on one, hasn't he?
It's just like the over the top with these guys. Again, if I'm Van Jones, I'm Chris Coons, I'm like, dude, you should have done this a year. Like you've given her no runway.
Yeah.
If that was, you know what I mean? Like say what you will, but you've literally given her no runway.
Well, I think they probably did her a favor. When she gets runway, she crashes.
Yeah.
Let's just be real.
And then Mayor Pete can't clean it up.
Right.
This is cut 16
with his boots, his fancy boots.
Cut 16, Phil. Go.
Yeah, there's a lot of political stuff. The Democratic Party is a family. At the end of the day, this is a family matter. You know, Joe Biden's body may not be as strong as it used to be. His language skills may not be as sharp as it used to be.
Has nothing to
His
do with
heart is as big as ever. His heart is as big and as true and as strong. And this is the difference between a politician and a leader. He made a selfless decision, and people are heartbroken. Even people who are pushing for this to happen. It's kind of like when your grandpa, you got to take the keys, and everybody, you got to take his keys, you got to take his keys, you got to, and he's fighting and he's fighting, and everybody's so frustrated, and then you finally get the keys back, and then you just cry, because this is somebody that you love, this is somebody that you care about, this is somebody who was there for you, this is somebody you wouldn't be here without him, and you have to take something from him. Now, this is not, look, politics is politics, but this is a human moment for one of the great humans in America. This is a huge moment for him, for his family, for all of us who love him, for all of us who wanted him to get across the finish line. But if you're a young person watching this, this is leadership. This is patriotism. This is what it means to put the country first, and put the party first, and put the cause first. When your arm gets tired, you let somebody else finish pitching the game. That's what Joe Biden has done, and he's done that for all of us. And so I just want to say, I don't know who's going to be the VP, the non-VP. I don't know anything about politics. I just know that I love this man. I care about this man. It was painful every day to sit up here and talk about him like he's just some problem for the party. Wait till we get to the convention. You're going to see people crying, standing, screaming, cheering. He may not get a chance to talk for 10 minutes. We finally get a chance to put our arm around this guy. He did the right thing for this country. He did the right thing for this party. All of us are going to be in this situation someday, and I hope that we take a moment to honor this man and to love this man. I love Joe Biden. I appreciate what he's done, and a lot of people are heartbroken today. Even if
Cry me
it's the right thing, it's still just horrible.
Cry me a river.
His title is political analyst. He doesn't know anything about politics.
And he was in the Obama administration.
Come on, man.
Democrats only look at you in one of two regards if you're a politician and you're an elected leader. You're either an asset to them to maintain power and control, or you are a liability. They deem Joe to be a liability, and don't tell me about the human element, because they trotted out Fetterman fresh off a stroke. They kept Dianne Feinstein in her seat till she was 90 years old in a wheelchair. I mean, I've seen corpses lifted from the Titanic that had more juice left than her. They don't care about the individual. All they care about is the elected position. Stop.
By the way, Nick, only you will get this, but this reminds me of that wrestling fan that went up to one of the wrestlers and started crying. It was like, it's real to me, man. It's real to me.
Yeah. It's fake. Now more than ever,
crying in politics.
I mean,
Stop.
Wrestling really is politics.
Stop.
Politics really is wrestling.
Oh,
it's never been more clear.
And by the way, he says that, if your arm gets tired or, he's worn out, this is grandpa. No, they covered up the fact that he had the health issues, that nothing has changed except for the fact that he is down in the polls, having nothing to do with his health.
Yeah.
It has to do with his failed policies.
And by the way, if this is, as Van Jones says, if this is the equivalent of, you taking Grandpa's keys from him because Grandpa can't drive anymore, he's still in charge of everything for the next couple of months. What does that mean?
Right.
Right.
So we have a guy who can't drive a car, who's commander in chief.
Yeah.
That's the comparison you're making?
Well, he still has the vehicle, and his insurance policy is still in effect through Thanksgiving or Christmas. So yeah. Yeah, the keys might be gone.
By the way, they just threw Grandpa under the bus.
Yeah.
He went
to school on a school
there,
bus.
and she was driving that,
and she was.
I love electric school
Thank
buses.
you.
She was driving that son of a bitch.
She drove right over him,
and she backed over him for good measure.
She's been waiting for this moment.
How do they deal with it on MSNBC? Ironically, guess who was on the air while this news broke? Former White House correspondent, former White House press secretary, Jen Psaki.
Inside,
yes, was on yesterday while this happened. This is how she broke the news. Cut 15, Phil, go. Dun, dun, dun.
We have breaking news here. President Biden has announced he will stand down from the race. I'm going to read the statement here on my phone. We also have Tim Miller, who's going to be joining us shortly. Over the past, my fellow Americans, over the past 3.5 years, we have made great progress as a nation. Today, America has the strongest economy in the world. We've made historic investments in rebuilding our nation, in lowering prescription drug costs for seniors.
All right, we don't need to hear any more of that, but that's how they dealt with it on it.
She sounded in the beginning like she was about to get caught up in some emotional weeping,
I think
right?
she was. I think her producers were talking in her ear.
Okay.
You know how you and I do that, and
like when you tell me Piazza 845.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Which is coming up.
Yeah. So that's what I think it was too. But so you mentioned they called in Rachel Maddow. She obviously wasn't all dudded up because she comes on, no makeup, her glasses on, like she just rolled out of bed. This is what she said. This is cut 18, Phil, go.
The kind of campaign you have never seen before to try to keep Donald Trump from returning to the White House and from undoing the American system of government. The endorsement of President Biden of Vice President Harris, I believe, I could be wrong, but I believe that will be seen as a period at the end of the sentence underscored, let's go. And it'll be, there will be technocratic stuff that needs to happen in terms of getting her at the top of the ticket and the delegates and the convention and all that stuff in the campaign. But this is not the start of an open primary. And if the Democrats want to start a primary in late July and thereby commit electoral suicide, I will be surprised. Democrats have surprised me before. But this means that Vice President Harris is going to be at the top of the ticket. And what this is going to mean for Joe Biden, by running with Barack Obama in 2008 and then serving ably as his vice president for 2 terms. He is part of history of the first black president in this country. And what Joe Biden did today is going to get us the first black woman president in this country. Kamala Harris is going to beat Donald Trump in November. And he is going to have been the man more responsible for that than anybody else in the country, having had that key role in both of those campaigns. It's just stunning.
And forget about results come November, but from a attack strategy, she will be incredibly easy to pick apart because she has given us so many gaffes and headlines from the unburdened, and there's a lot of categories. Let's start with the speech. From unburdened to the weird laugh to remember when she tried to tell us where Ukraine was on the map, right? And then, of course, you look at the policy. The borders are totally failed there, artificial intelligence. Like I said, the only thing that she can credibly do in year 4 is do her abortion tour. And how many times... And if you're the Trump campaign, you're just going to grab headlines. Politico, Kamala Harris set to bust out in year 3. And then you can grab stories from Axios and this outlet and that outlet where her staff kept getting overturned. Remember how many people she's rolled through in her staff and her writers and the poll numbers. I mean, she was polling lower than Joe. From a going after her standpoint, from the Trump angle, I mean, it's going to be like a buffet. You can get a little bit of everything. Doesn't mean that she's going to necessarily lose because I said anything is possible. But as far as, exposing her, she will be much more easier to pick apart than Josh Shapiro. Gavin Newsom, I've been saying this. Gavin Newsom will be easy to pick apart. Just look at the pandemic, the way he handled it. Look at the economy in California. Those will be easier. The guys like Shapiro, the lesser known, less visible people, will be more difficult.
If you're Kamala Harris, though, and in all seriousness, if you're Kamala, do you feel like you are being you're kind of like the sacrificial lamb here, aren't you? Like, they put her out there with literally 3 months until the election and said, "Okay, go beat Donald Trump now."
No,
after her guy didn't hand over power.
But she was complicit in it. She said for months and months and months, if not for years, no, Joe Biden's fine. Joe Biden's the life of the party. Joe Biden's on his A game. So now you get to come in with, quote, less time to warm up and prepare. Look, sometimes your opportunity comes just like that, and you got to be ready to go. There's an old adage, stay ready so you don't have to get ready. She should have been preparing for this moment because it was very possible that at some point Joe either doesn't finish his first term, doesn't get a second term, dies in office. And yesterday on July 21st, the Democrats said enough is enough.
Remember when Joe Biden was in the race and we were told that age, it doesn't matter. It's about the mental acuity of the person in office. Well, now the crew on MSNBC are using the age card against Trump.
Against Trump. Okay.
Against Trump. Okay. Cut 20, Phil, go.
They have been so sure. President Biden, perhaps cannily, waiting until the supremely self-confident Republican side locked in their ticket. Waiting until Trump picked the most radical.
That's another thing that I heard yesterday was a lot of people saying like this was planned out till after Trump cemented J.D. Vance as his vice president. I don't know what that has to do with anything.
But is she implying they're trying to steal his thunder?
You're actually admitting that it was planned like this. You know what I mean? Like that the Democrats set this all up until Trump made his VP pick, which they view as a radical pick.
Unless they just came to the realization, like most of America, on Thursday night, June 27th, it was over. Unless they all said, all right, Joe just looked awful on that debate. It's just got, accelerated into warp speed overdrive.
Yeah.
And they waited 26 days. Unless that's the case. Because you can't do it right after Trump almost gets assassinated, right? I mean, that would be really next level trying to steal headlines.
I mean, guys, they kind of did. It was less than a week.
Yeah.
It was less than maybe one. Yeah.
But if you think of
8 days.
the chronological order, so Trump gets shot, then the convention starts, then Vance is named VP, then Trump kills it on Thursday night in his speech.
I think there was a significance to yesterday's date. I believe that yesterday they were trying to start with the roll call, right, Dawn, where they were going to virtually nominate Joe Biden.
Yes. So we knew something was up.
Yeah, the Democrats have this weird rule. That's why all eyes by the way, kudos to Mark Halperin. Mark Halperin was correct. He was the first person to come out with this, saying it was going to happen this weekend, and his reporting turned out to be correct.
Yeah.
So kudos to Mark Halperin.
I'm not giving him kudos.
They ditched Joe on National Ice Cream Day. They have no shame.
He was humping women he apologized. He was humping women at the work water cooler.
But he was
with
correct
his
about this.
Full apparatus at attention. Like, that's just weird.
His full apparatus.
Ooh. Well, children are listening.
Yeah. So just to get it back to a family-friendly show, The Hill is reporting that Joe Manchin says he will not serve as Harris's VP.
Nobody was going to ask him.
Well, just
it's ridiculous.
Just some news to pass.
Joe Manchin, just stand down, bro. Like, seriously.
Yeah.
Like
it's over for you too.
Come on, man.
Seriously.
Like, oh God.
Go do a bike ride.
Guys, I would like to announce I will not serve as Kamala Harris's VP.
Yeah, I'd also like to say I'm out too.
Go on the record.
Yeah.
Dummies.
Yeah. And by the way, getting back to age again with the age versus cognitive state, I just want to give a major shout out to everybody on our bike team yesterday. Every single person on my team exponentially older than me, and they all finished before me. So age is not an indicator. It's about your mental and your physical well-being. Dave Madden is 67 years old. He has rode his bike across the country. Ridden. I knew I should have just shut up. Darn it. He's going across country on a bike.
He's done going across the country.
Yes.
On his back.
Yes. And every female that I was in my orbit yesterday beat me. So again, it doesn't have anything to do with age, cognitive ability, physical condition, blah, 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 gender. It's about, can you do the duties?
Duties.
He said duty.
Sick of this. Road ridden.
Sick of your grammar?
I'm sick of everything. Had enough of it. Where's Jackie?
The Trump campaign, you played this earlier, but for those of you just tuning in, the Trump campaign immediately dropped an ad attacking Kamala Harris over the southern border.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost like they had this ready because they knew something was happening.
Yep.
What cut number is this, Phil?
It's easier. It was in the big take. It was clip 4.
Yeah, no. This is what I have, though. I just like to go off of what I have. If you don't mind.
Talk amongst yourselves.
Talk amongst yourselves here.
So, Dawn, what's the weather looking like for today?
Cut 17, Phil. Go.
Rolling T-storms.
Yeah, baby.
Cut 17, Phil. Go.
Warning. The following may upset liberals who don't want voters to know the truth about Kamala Harris.
This is a little different.
Yeah, it is.
If you ever wondered how Joe Biden could get the border so screwed up, remember, he had help. Here's Biden appointing Kamala Harris to be his border czar to deal with illegal immigration. And here are a record number of illegal immigrants, 10 million and counting, flooding over the border after Harris was put in charge of stopping illegal immigration. To be fair, Harris got off to a rough start by ignoring the border.
Do you have any plans to visit the border?
I'm here in Guatemala today. At some point, we are going to the border. We've been to the border. So this whole thing about the border, we've been to the border. We've been to the border.
You haven't been to the border.
And I haven't been to Europe. And I don't understand the point that you're making.
Harris was liberal on illegal immigration before she ever reached the White House. As a prosecutor in San Francisco, Harris allowed illegal immigrant drug dealers to enter job training and have their criminal records wiped clean. One of the illegal immigrants Harris released went on to steal an SUV and ran down a young woman, seriously injuring her.
Oh my God.
And, of course, Harris backs sanctuary city laws that harbor illegal immigrants, even criminals. She even backs taxpayer-funded health care for illegals, record illegal immigration, special treatment for illegals, taxpayer-paid benefits. And Harris still doesn't get it.
I've been working on this issue for a very long time.
That's the truth about Kamala Harris. She's dangerously liberal on illegal immigration.
Oh, my God.
Oh, man. Paid for by the RNC. Oh, here, and get ready for it, folks. The moment anybody tries to challenge Kamala Harris, if they dare to go against her or anybody that points anything out on the other side. It will be sexist, it will be racist, and they will bang those drums until the cows come home. All right, that'll do it. Round one of the cut sheet in the books. We'll come back at a Dawn Stenslin Big Three, but first, a word from my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. Let's talk luxury, shall we? How about the Alfa Romeo? How about this? Alfa Romeo of Wilmington Pike. Chadds Ford, great location. The new 2024 Tonale, which marks Alfa Romeo's entry into the world of electric vehicles. The Tonale offers 3 different customizable trim levels, each creating a perfect fit for every lifestyle, along with a technological ecosystem of integrated digital features like Amazon Alexa Voice, ensuring the best possible experience. You can lease a Tonale TI all-wheel drive now for only $299 per month for 24 months. Visit Alfa Romeo of Wilmington Pike and tell them that Nick Kayal sent you.
My name is Andy Donaldson. I've been with Crash Proof Retirement since the beginning of 2014. The main reason Crash Proof is so phenomenal is there's no way that the original investment you put in is going to be any less than you started. In addition, you do get significant returns. A number of the different investment strategies that I've been involved with have given me 10 to 15% returns annually. With the Crash Proof Retirement System this year, I made almost 11.5%. It's quite a nice feeling to know that at the end of your year, whatever you've gained, the 10 or 15%, now becomes your new principal amount and you never lose it.
Learn how double-digit interest returns can be permanently compounded to your principal with no risk of loss in a legally binding recorded financial meeting. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Downingtown Country Club, July 23rd. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Today, we're constantly taking photos and videos to remember our favorite moments. But what about those captured before the smartphone? What about the memories tucked away on aging VHS tapes, film reels, or in fading photos?
These cherished memories are fading away with time, vulnerable to threats like heat, moisture, and mold. But fear not, there's a solution to safeguard your legacy. Hi, I'm Adam.
And I'm Nick. Together we founded Legacy Box over a decade ago with one mission, to bring your memories into the 21st century.
It's time to bid farewell to old tapes you can't watch and faded photos. Legacy Box transforms them into digital treasures, ready to share with a click.
Just like magic, your shoebox of memories is now safely stored in the cloud or on a thumb drive.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box, so you can rest assured your priceless moments are in good hands.
Don't let your childhood fade away on old tapes. It's time to digitize those priceless moments.
Fast forward into the digital age. Visit legacybox.com/value and unlock 50% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we are offering to qualified buyers a maximum discount of $13,176. This offer is good on all 2024 XC90s in stock. $13,176. Plus, the Cherry Hill Volvo 2024 model year sell down. Pricing and attention to detail here is not to be missed. Volvo should be on your shopping list now. This is the time to purchase from Cherry Hill Volvo.
Free speech lives here with Dawn Stenslin weekdays 10 till noon. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
846, Kayal and Company, as we continue live here on a Monday morning, just 8 days out. 1 week from tomorrow, Tuesday, July 30th. Politics in Pints. To my knowledge, if my math is correct, episode number 3. It'll be our very own Dom Giordano and Don Jr.
Wow.
Donald Trump Jr.
What a time to see. I mean,
yeah.
Honestly, from his father's assassination attempt and now Joe Biden dropping out.
Yep.
You'll get all of that with Donald Trump Jr. and Dom.
Packed house, Collingswood, New Jersey. We're going bigger venue this time around as well.
Yeah, it's a huge. I love that venue, Scotch Rite Auditorium. It's amazing. It's right there. It's like you can miss it. Like it's right there on in Collingswood. You can drive right past it. But it's a huge venue. It's a great venue.
Is this where we met Gutfeld?
Yes, very good, Don Stensland. Very
Oh,
good.
Good
yes.
pull by you.
Yeah, that was at the Collingswood Theater.
And you can miss Gutfeld if you don't look real carefully, too, because he's about 5'3".
Scottish Rite, excuse me, in Collingswood, New Jersey.
There you
go. Tickets are going super fast, so make sure if you haven't gotten them, you get them now. I think Donald Trump Jr. posted the event on his Facebook page.
Oh.
So if you can't see it on our Facebook page, the event is posted on his too. So
Okay, there you go. Coming up in the 9 o'clock hour, we will get to how big of a night it really was for Trump on Thursday at the RNC. Record numbers, we'll get to those. And also more disturbing details on the shooter from Pennsylvania prior to what he tried to pull off before the Secret Service ended the threat. We'll get to all of that, but let's get to the news right now. It's time for a Dawn Stensland Big 3 at 8:48.
It's the Big 3 at 8 on Kayal and Company.
Big 3 at 8. New polls out since President Joe Biden drops out of the 2024 presidential race, endorses Kamala Harris, his Veep. But what does that mean as far as the polls go? So Democrats quick to put out these new polls, which they claim show in 2 swing states, they claim Harris could win. Here's how. They say in Pennsylvania, 47% of those voters polled said they would vote for Harris if she ran alongside Shapiro. Meantime, Trump, Vance, and J.D. Vance receiving 46% of the votes. Technically, it's 47-46, which is too close to call.
Let me just stop you right there. So that would imply that the Shapiro factor is not that massive in his own state, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Trump was up, 3 points? Now, I guess it would swing it a little bit if we're of the belief that Trump leads by 2 or 3 points in PA. But the fact that Kamala would only be up a point with Shapiro, if I'm Trump, I feel good about that.
And as far as, this to me, this looks like Democrats doing all of these different internal polls, all of these polls to see who's popular and who's not.
Sure.
And so I think this guarantees it won't be Michigan, which I don't think it was ever. But 42% backed, Harris, Shapiro in Michigan, 47% Trump, Vance. So looking at Michigan, what's in play as far as their polling, Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer, she also tested as a potential running mate for Harris with less favorable results.
Which goes back to what we said 2 hours ago.
Yep.
It was very unlikable.
Yeah. Only 42% in her own state chose Harris Whitmer, with 47% choosing Trump Vance.
She's a lot like Kathy Hochul in New York. They are, I think, cut from the same unlikable cloth.
Yeah, well put for that one. When we look at this important race and we look at what's happening here, let's talk about what happens next. So I was looking at Ohio coverage because J.D. Vance from Ohio, and you were talking earlier about did they wait to see, to have the RNC in their rearview mirror. So all of the Ohio media coverage talking about the fact that President Joe Biden dropped out of his campaign, but obviously remains president and backing Harris to replace him. But the question in the Ohio media, will Harris or any other Democrat make the Ohio ballot? So the Ohio Secretary of State was speaking out, saying that Democrats must do this pick for a candidate by September 1st. so important deadlines as we look at all the different states, making sure that the new ticket would be on the ballot.
Mm-hmm. Which is of the utmost importance for the swing states, for sure.
Amen.
Yeah. I mean, I think Trump's got Ohio pretty much locked up, but I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, but, it would be embarrassing if they did not even have them on the ballot.
Oh, yeah. Be a bad look, the optics of that.
And I will say this, that we haven't talked much about something that affected all of us on Friday, and that was that huge outage that created flight delays, created a hot mess, 911 services. I mean, across the board in America, Friday morning, everybody was affected by this across the nation. This was a worldwide outage. There was a story of a local Boy Scout troop from South Jersey. They finally made it back to the States after they were stuck overseas following the fallout from that so-called CrowdStrike meltdown. So a local troop, 122, they traveled to a Boy Scout camp in St. Croix for nearly 2 weeks, and then they got to the airport Friday only to discover their flights were canceled.
Only you would find this story. Honest to God. Honest to God. Find the Boy Scouts that were stranded somewhere, and Dawn Stensland is all over it.
Okay.
Well, we got to,
I
be
get it.
worried
Yeah.
about the...
Yeah.
I thought you were going to go with the Kelsey brothers teaming up with General Mills cereal to create a new cereal mix. God almighty.
They had all our own. Thank God, our own producer Henry Mashett is back. He was.
Oh yes.
His lovely vacation to where'd he go? One of the Punta Cana.
Yeah, another producer
Tropical,
that lives like a king around
right?
here. It's unbelievable.
What are we all doing wrong?
Yeah,
I don't know.
Everybody just they take these amazing vacations. And
Lorenzo goes to every sporting event in a box. Phil's a New York Jets and New York Knicks, MVP fan member, and he gets all these tickets. And Machette goes to the Caribbean.
Nice.
I'm riding, I'm riding a bike, getting jock itch.
Really?
Gold Bond medicated, the green bottle, baby.
You got the thighs all greased
By
up.
the way,
You got...
$13.99 for the big bottle of Gold Bond now. $13.99.
See, there's Nick Kayal with some news you can use. Well, that is our big three this morning. We're glad the Boy Scouts and Henry Mashett and everybody else, they're all back home. But, man, what a crazy ride. We're not even talking about... Also, has Mayor Pete Buttigieg talked about that with the flight delays and whatnot?
Yeah. What's his comment about Microsoft and the company? By the way, Elon Musk, what's the name of the company over in Russia that you led with on Thursday?
Oh, that's right.
He's officially said they're done with using that company.
And that's what I wonder as far as that Russian company.
Starts with a C.
No, it's a K. It's actually a K.
Okay.
But it's like, I said it on Friday.
Cryo or crypto? Not crypto. No.
I'm trying to find it. I said it. It's like Kreskanya.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kreskanya. Yeah, that's what he said.
But it was a national security issue, so it was a Trump era rule that we invoked. This administration used that good rule to say this poses a national security risk.
Yeah. By the way, can I mention two things real fast? If you're watching right now on YouTube, please hit the like button on today's show, because in the last couple of days we were able to outsmart the algorithms. So it costs you nothing. All you have to do is hit the like button on the show that you're watching right now, and we get in people's feeds. We're dropped in people's feeds, which helps us throughout the rest of the day. Also, if you're listening on the Odyssey app, and there's a record number of you doing so, please hit the follow button to 1210 WPHT. Again, it's free. It may not seem like a lot to you, but it does great things for us. So please hit the follow button. If you're listening right now on the Odyssey app, please follow 1210 WPHT.
Kaspersky Lab with a K.
That's it.
Thank you.
Yeah. C, K, 40 grand, 100 grand. I'm always close.
You're not.
I'm not.
Ever.
Do you have a sponsor, Dawn, or are we done?
Nope, we're done. Big
All right.
three did the sponsors.
Thank you very much. Final hour on the way as Donald Trump sets a new rating record on Thursday night, and more disturbing details from the man who will remain nameless that tried to take out Trump just 9 days ago. Morning Mystery Movie Clip, Cut Sheet Part 2, a lot of things to get to. Final hour, Kayal and Company coming up next.
Philo's got a world of entertainment for you to explore with just one subscription. Sign up today and start watching all the networks you love, like A&E, MTV, Discovery, VH1, TLC, Lifetime, Hallmark Channel, and so much more. Featuring current seasons of all the best drama, true crime, reality, and family-friendly shows you can't afford to miss. And with up to 3 streams at once, you'll never have to fight about what to watch. Get started today and unlock our library of over 75,000 movies and shows, and save all your favorites with the unlimited DVR, so you can rewatch them anytime, anywhere, for up to a year. Philo now includes access to AMC+. You can discover your next obsession from its collection of hit originals like Mad Men, The Walking Dead, Killing Eve, Orphan Black, and tons of blockbuster movies. There are no contracts, no commitments, and no hassles. For just $28 a month, Philo's a better way to watch TV. So what are you waiting for? Visit philo.tv and sign up today to start your 7-day free trial. That's philo.tv.
Hi, I'm Angie Hicks, co-founder of Angie, and one thing I've learned is that you buy a house, but you make it a home. Because with every fix, update, and renovation, it becomes a little more your own. So you need all your jobs done well. For nearly 30 years, Angie has helped millions of homeowners hire skilled pros for the projects that matter. From plumbing to electrical, roof repair to deck upgrades. So leave it to the pros who will get your jobs done well. Hire high-quality certified pros at Angie.com.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's also what a lot of us lack in our basement or garage. By switching to a Navien tankless water heater, not only will you have all the hot water you need whenever you need it, but you'll gain storage area as well. Maybe a place to display your space collectibles. Highly logical. Learn about Navien's series of high-efficiency tankless water heaters and how they don't just save space, but save dollars on your utility bills too. For more, go to tanklessmadesimple.com.
Okay, raise your hand if you want to make your life a little bit easier. Great. Now raise your other hand if you like to be comfortable. Perfect. Now that you have both hands raised, imagine putting on your shoes. And that, folks, right there is your answer to an easier, more comfortable life. Go hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins. This is footwear you don't need your hands to put on. They can be raised in the air, and you can just step it and go. So you ask, how do hands-free Skechers Slip-ins work? Well, it's like they have this invisible built-in shoehorn so your foot slides into place. Then our heel pillow keeps your foot comfy and secure. And slip-ins are for the whole family, men, women, and kids, in all your favorite Skechers styles, from sneakers to casual shoes and even sandals. Yes, even sandals. So raise your hands in the air and put your shoes on like you just don't care, because you just went hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins. Why don't you experience what people can't stop talking about? Life-changing Skechers Slip-ins. Get your Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
There's nothing quite like local. Local is your weekly farmer's market or homemade strawberry ice cream. It's live music on the corner, yoga in the park, and a chance to try something new. That's why AARP is local, right here in our community, offering free events and enriching experiences that can help with finances, family, and fun. Join AARP Philadelphia on July 25th for a virtual tour of the Renoir and Women exhibit at the Barnes Foundation. Learn more at aarp.org/local.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Vice President Harris thanks President Biden for his leadership and says she wants to earn and win the presidential nomination. Former President Trump says Biden was not fit to run for president. 9 people were shot and 3 are dead following a mass shooting in West Philadelphia Sunday morning.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Inflation, recession, interest rates, the Fed. How do you make sense of it all? Join Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sundays at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Cherokee High School in Marlton, New Jersey, Saturday, October 26th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com. Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or a store near you.
Hey, Clementon. Yeah! We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Kayal and Company, 9:01 as we get hour number 4 underway here on this Monday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us on YouTube. Hit every button you can hit. Make Stalker happy. Cut sheet coming up for part 2 in just about 30 minutes. Morning mystery movie clip in less than 20. Also, an interesting Twitter thread from a legal standpoint from Jonathan Turley in regards to Joe Biden and Kamala Harris and the Democrats moving forward. We'll get to that. But a couple of things that transpired over the weekend. More revelations on the shooter from Pennsylvania and that front, but also just how historic last Thursday night was as Trump's speech scores a record rating for Fox News with the highest ever RNC rating with 10 million viewers. You know, a lot of us had the reaction throughout the week and especially on Friday after Trump wrapped up 4 nights on Thursday night with, man, did you see the crowd? Did you feel the energy, the volume of people? The the A-list celebrities, or you can call them B-listers, call them out of their prime now, the Kid Rocks, the Hulk Hogans, just wild, right? Like I said on Friday, Britt Hume didn't know what to say. He's like, this is not your grandfather's old GOP anymore. Well, apparently it was a record for Fox as they drew 10 million viewers during the 10 p.m. hour alone, when the Republican nominee took the stage in Milwaukee and spoke publicly for the first time since surviving the assassination attempt in Pennsylvania. No idea what Greg Gutfeld gets. He's the king of late nights at 10 o'clock, but I know he doesn't get 10 million viewers for that hour that he's on, that's for sure. Fox's viewership for Trump's 92-minute speech, which some people on other media networks said it was too long, capped the highest-rated single night of convention coverage in cable news history. Fox went on to say that he delivered the single largest night in convention audience history on Thursday. Thanks to his keynote speech, the entire primetime block drew an average of 9 million viewers, including 1.6 million in their key demo of 25 to 54-year-olds. Comparatively speaking, CNN drew a fraction of that with just 2.1 million viewers, and they actually beat MSNBC. They got all of 1.2 million in the same time slot, which continues this downward trend really since the June 27th debate, that MSNBC all of a sudden has fallen behind CNN in a lot of ratings categories, which is fascinating because CNN this past May is coming off of a 33-year low where they haven't been consumed less since May of 1991. I was 7 years old at the time. But I'm thinking back to how big that was Thursday night. And let's just take a step back and think about the calendar of events that have transpired here in almost now the last 25 days. So on June 27th, you have that debate. Donald Trump obviously rolls to victory in the debate. Joe Biden becomes indefensible. George Clooney, Morning Joe, on down the list, people bailing off of the Biden ship. July 13th, 9 days ago, Trump survives assassination attempt. 2 days later, the RNC starts in Milwaukee. Gets off with a bang. Then they announce J.D. Vance will be the nominee. Then, of course, you have the classified documents case with Eileen Cannon in Florida. That gets dismissed, tossed right out. Then, of course, you have, like I said, the Hulk Hogans of the world, the Kid Rocks, big performance Thursday night, setting the stage for Donald Trump. And the Democrats, if you're thinking about this and you think about modern day elections and campaigns and the buildup, it's all about moments, right? It's about snapshots. It's about images. It's about a soundbite. It's not even really for those that are just fringe casual observers. Like all of us here on this show, the hardcore listeners on this station, we could recite the whole tale of the tape, right? We can sit here and go back and talk about all the policy failures. We can give you stats. We can give you sound bites. We can give you everything. But for the fringe person that pops in for 13 minutes a day to see what's going on in news and not even getting it from the best sources possible, it's about what pops up on their timeline, what shows up in their feed. And for 25 straight days, there's been nothing but positive moments, snapshots, images, and sound bites for the Trump campaign. And nothing but negativity, chaos, disarray, and dysfunction for the Democrats. And yesterday, they came to the realization, and Joe Biden finally tapped out. Jill said, all right, I'm out too. We need our moment. And to highlight how bad of a spot they are in right now, which is why I think some people are still skeptical as to whether or not it will be Kamala. You're looking for your moment, a momentum changer, a game changer. And you say, we're going to go from Joe to Kamala Harris. To that being the point of, does anything really change? Because the Trump campaign, they're going to go after her. She's complicit as well. She was the border czar. She was the one that said Joe was okay. And like I said, they will be able to pick her apart piece by piece, limb by limb. So if you're a Democrat this morning, I know we always talk about, well, eventually Democrats get it together. Is the party really going to rally around Kamala Harris? Because I think it takes one.
They already are.
You think so?
100%, dude. Everybody, yes, the Democrats are very united with this.
Do they believe what they're saying? Because you can't.
That doesn't matter to them.
No.
But does it matter to the American public?
Two separate things.
Okay.
The Beltway in Washington, the Democrat Beltway in Washington, are 100% behind Kamala Harris. Are the Democratic voters?
Maybe that was a better way of phrasing it.
That's up for debate.
Because I would ask those Democrat voters, not the people that are just going to vote for anybody and anything under the sun other than Trump, like my mother-in-law out there. I would say, so you actually believe that she really has the support that we are going to be told publicly? After being told publicly Joe was not in decline, after she said that Joe was not in decline. And by the way, I would say to those moderate Democrats, to maybe those independents that look at the far left policy, you do realize she is not going there. This is not going to Joe Manchin. This is not like going to Josh Shapiro. You're going to get more of the same old, if not even further left. And I would ask those people that don't like the failed policies of the last 3.5 years, are you on board with that? And some might say yes, and some might say no.
The breaking news of the moment, Senator Manchin says he will not challenge Kamala Harris for president. Number 2, Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear, saying he does not deny he's in the running to be Harris's Veep.
To be her Veep.
So they're asking him about it. He's not denying it.
But I don't know, as much as Beshear is an interesting guy, and I know Sean Ferris likes him, I'm not sure what he delivers Kamala Harris.
Dude, he can win. He won a red state as a Democrat. Like that's
and he's young, right?
He's young, he's good looking. This is an attractive ticket for
You think Kamala can win Kentucky with Beshear?
No.
Okay. I was just making
somebody brought that up earlier. They're like Kentucky's not in play. I never said Kentucky was in play.
Okay, yeah.
I said
because to me it's the same as Roy Cooper. I mean, Cooper might be the governor as a Democrat in North Carolina, but Trump has taken Carolina the last 2 elections.
I think North Carolina can let me just say this. I don't know if it's going to happen this time, but it can be winnable for the Democrats.
I would say far more than Kentucky.
Well, yes. Kentucky is not going blue.
Right.
It's just not. So I believe that if Kamala Harris is if she's weighing all of these options, I think Beshear and Roy Cooper or Ray Cooper, whatever his name is, are way more plausible for her to pick than Josh Shapiro.
Mm-hmm.
Because I just think that they see Pennsylvania as possibly, and again I say possibly winnable. You know what I mean?
Also, but if they're looking for this youth vote, because they're trying to say that Trump, what they're going to try to do is say, well, Trump is old. He's the old guy. He's elderly. And by the way, he's with radical MAGA J.D. Vance, and they're both like white racist dudes. Like that's going to be their whole thing. But they're going to say Trump is old. So if we're looking at that, then is Roy Cooper, by their definition, the North Carolina governor, is he somebody who at 67, does that hurt their narrative? Whereas, you have Kentucky's governor, Andy Beshear, who's 20 years younger than Governor Cooper.
Yeah.
So if they're looking at something that's more to say, hey, we want to pass the baton to younger generations, Kamala Harris is 59. You have, Andy Beshear, who's 10 years younger than her. And so if they're looking for like a youth ticket,
I'm very interested in the next set of polls or the next video that we get where some network sits down with black voters and asks, are you more likely now to vote Democrat because Kamala's at the top of the ticket?
Her weakness, if I'm thinking like a Democrat strategist. Her weakness is the fact that she's far too liberal on a lot of subjects for a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
So if I'm a Democrat strategist, I need to put somebody on that ticket who balances that out.
Yep.
And somebody like Andy Bashir, I believe, balances that out.
It wouldn't surprise me if that's who Carville floats out. Has anybody checked in on James Carville, by the way? Because he's been dying for Joe to be out of the race, and now he gets his wish as well.
I still stick with what I said earlier this morning, that I see these disingenuous Democrats. We saw it where they betrayed Hillary, went with Obama. Now you have Obama. Did Obama come out and endorse Kamala? Because the latest I saw,
I'm not seeing that.
The headline with Obama was, well, we'll let Democrats pick a, quote, outstanding nominee. I'm telling you, they're being disingenuous. I feel that they have somebody else in mind, and nothing would surprise me at this point, but there's no loyalty here.
Yeah. And also interesting, I mentioned his name once in the top 5 people from Newsweek in the 6:30 block this morning. And we didn't even go into it, but I just rattled him off because he was one of the 5 names. I mean, it's 9:12, and we're talking about a successor for Joe. And Gavin Newsom hasn't been really discussed beyond saying his name one time. And this is a guy who helped orchestrate a debate on Fox News with Sean Hannity against Ron DeSantis. This is a guy who cleaned up the streets in San Francisco for Xi Jinping. This is a guy who went over to China and ran over a 8-year-old on a basketball court. This is the guy who's been running a shadow campaign for 3 years, and he's almost in the same category as Gretchen Whitmer or Hillary Clinton. I have to believe that the Democrats, deep within, behind the scenes, know that Gavin Newsom's not the guy. I really do. I mean, we're talking about Andy Bashir. There's 9 people in this audience who know who Andy Bashir is. Roy Cooper, there's 6 people who know that guy.
On that same, guys, I hate to say this, but on that same level, if you ask a lot of, I mean, we've done man on the street things. We've heard man on the street things.
Mm-hmm.
How many voters do you think could name Kamala Harris?
Exactly.
I'm being 100% honest. Mm-hmm. I don't think, I mean, I don't know if it's the majority, but like, people don't pay attention to politics like we do. Like, if you ask somebody right now, maybe we'll do it. Maybe we'll send somebody on the street for the many staff we have right now.
Mm-hmm.
But like, if we went to a Phillies game and we asked people as they were walking in, who's the vice president, who's running on the Democrat ticket right now, do you think the majority of them would say Kamala Harris?
No. Headlines this morning, New York Times, why Obama has not endorsed Harris. The Hill, Obama stops short of backing Harris. Sky News, Barack Obama is calling for an open contest. Why has he not endorsed Kamala Harris? When I see those headlines, I think, this whole Kamala talk is just another, shell game. They want somebody else.
It's a smokescreen.
And and I think AOC said the quiet part out loud that they want to throw out the whole ticket.
Well, I said earlier this morning, wait for one squad Democrat to come out and say Kamala's not the best, or to say we want an open convention. And then the floodgates will open. That will grant the permission for other Democrats out there that would be labeled sexist and racist not to back Harris to publicly voice their displeasure. But if Obama's silence speaks volumes, that's the stamp of approval. That's all you need if you're a Democrat to say Kamala should not be just handed this.
Well, let me ask you guys a question. What do the Democrats view as Trump's biggest weakness? Women, right?
Women, and the whole Roe v. Wade abortion.
So then, if you're a Democrat strategist, do you go all in on the woman ticket?
I mean, it's not terrible if you're gonna put all of your political eggs in the basket of women's reproductive rights.
I mean, they basically have anyway. They basically have anyway.
Well, it's the only policy they can run on right now, right? I mean, everything else is about Trump being a threat, and every Project 2025 and J.D. Vance, and he's right wing and he's extreme. Everything is predicated on fear plus female rights, and that's why they do as well as they do in that demographic. But if you're going to give me a female vice president, I'm sitting here trying to think of who it could be. Because you're not going to go Gretchen Whitmer. She's unlikable. Hillary would never be second fiddle to Kamala.
Can you imagine that?
Oh my God. I actually would like that because I think then Trump would actually just Hillary's stench being on the ticket is enough for Trump to roll again.
Yeah.
But Hillary, no. Gretchen, no. You're not going to pluck anybody like an AOC. Katie Hobbs, no. I'm just trying to think of females throughout the country that are either governors or high up in Congress or in the Senate. Off the top of my head, I can't think of one.
And so think also of Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker, who's extremely wealthy, billionaire, and look at his fundraising. He's number one. And obviously, a lot of this is self-funded. He's put his own money into it. But is he a possible presidential contender? So he's not endorsing Kamala Harris.
Mm-hmm.
He's not issuing anything to back her. Is he somebody? I mean, I know for Republicans, he's not popular with them, but to me, who's the one who would open up this gate? Would it now? Joe Manchin has already backed out, so would it be a Pritzker, who's a billionaire?
Mm-hmm. I said on Friday that the timing is not good if Joe does drop out to go Kamala, because you're seeing throughout corporate America a lot of companies ditching DEI. I gave you Microsoft, Tractor Supply Company, John Deere, on down the list, colleges doing it. She's the ultimate DEI hire.
It's again, I don't, I'm not predicting this, but like it would not surprise me if they went all female. It would not, because I just think that they look at that as their strongest trump card to to play on words there. And what a better trump card than two women on the ticket in their minds.
They'll totally lose. You put two women up there who are unknowns.
I didn't say it was
unproven.
I did not say it was a smart strategy. I just said in their minds, they might be thinking that. I don't know. You know what I mean?
Now, here's the other. I mean, you could, if you want to talk about identity politics and female, you could go with a Wes Moore, the governor of Maryland, and you'd have the first ever African-American female and African-American male ticket.
Interesting.
I could see them doing that.
Wes Moore, military veteran.
Yeah, that's an interesting pick too.
Totally could see that.
Yep.
And Fox is reporting that Kamala will give her first public comments during the Dawn Show today.
Of course.
At 11:30 a.m.
Of course.
And, the hearing with Kim Cheadle, Secret Service, starts right at 10 o'clock. So we'll have a lot breaking.
So if I'm gathering this, and this is correct, we're going to hear from Kamala Harris before we hear from Joe Biden, the sitting president of the United States.
Are we done hearing from Joe Biden, honestly?
I know.
Like, I'm kind of thinking, and guys, I don't...
Is this on? Hello?
I'm going to say something, and I don't wish this, okay? So but I just feel, knowing people like this, and knowing people who are very reluctant to give up power, I just think that this is like everything is going to go downhill for Joe really quickly. And again, I'm not wishing that. I don't want that to happen. But if I'm guessing, from people that I've seen who have stayed at the dance way too long, and gave up power when they shouldn't, or when they felt like they shouldn't have, it goes downhill for them very quickly.
You're talking about health and life.
Health and life.
Okay.
Yes.
Because there are some saying they should invoke the 25th and get them out now.
Yeah. I mean, look. At this stage of the game, what could possibly go wrong? I mean, I hate saying that, but it's true.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, all people need probably, and just this goes to show you how divided we are. I other than proof of life that he's still alive, I think that'll be adequate enough for the next 4 months, right? Just Joe Biden didn't die from COVID, did he? Okay, he's still alive and ticking. Good.
Yeah.
All right. Best of luck to you in your in the 18th hole of your life, sir.
And can you imagine if this, just say this is a Republican who has not come out to the American people, has not made a statement, the difference in media reporting?
Oh, just imagine if Trump wins re-election, and 3 years from now he's 81, and we don't see him for 6 weeks. I mean, MSNBC would be doing the same. Like, where's Trump? Is he okay? He's not posting.
He's supposed to have Netanyahu's coming into the White House this week, right? So I'm assuming there's going to be I'm assuming there's going to be some sort of a joint press conference.
One would think.
He's also supposed to speak with Zelensky as well, isn't he? I thought I saw that headline over the weekend, which is very interesting. Which, by the way, how do you think Zelensky's feeling today? You think he still gets the bag?
Well, can he still get the bag with Kamala?
Well, that's a good question. Very good question. All right, 9:21 Monday morning. Let's get to our morning mystery movie clip.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
That kid's throwing heat. Heat, Schmeat.
1 out! Gonna be 2 outs!
Hey, I bet you're a real good catcher of donuts in your mouth.
Hey!
Don't chop at it. It's not a sword. You're not a sword. Come on. Right, 2.
Oh, that's ugly, man. Strike out, video boy.
Come on now. Right, 3.
I caught it. You're out.
But I ticked it. It hit the bat.
You're still out.
You're still bat. I ticked it.
Think you know what it is? We call it 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
All right, a little tease for you, a little clue. One of the actors in that movie was born on this day in 1964. If you can identify that movie clip, caller 12, 855-839-1210. You will win a Trap movie prize pack that includes 4 Fandango tickets, 4 Summer of Shyamalan t-shirts, and 4 official movie posters.
Wow.
Yes, it's a 4-pack trifecta. From acclaimed filmmaker M. Night Shyamalan comes his latest movie, Trap, a totally new experience from the mind behind The Sixth Sense. Signs and Split. Trap, T-R-A-P, is on theaters August 2nd. Best of luck. Caller 12, 855-839-1210. M. Night Shyamalan's local guy, isn't he?
Of course.
Yeah, Philly guy.
From,
Yeah.
this area.
There you go.
His next movie coming out.
Yep.
I like
4-pack
his
of
movies.
tickets.
I
He's
like
very
his
good.
movies, yeah.
Very good indeed.
Yeah.
All right, we'll see if we get our winner, and then what's on the cut sheet. Part 2. Stay there.
This is a consumer alert to all U.S. taxpayers who owe the IRS back taxes or have unfiled tax returns. If you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes, you can now take advantage of active programs that provide relief to struggling taxpayers and may reduce or eliminate what you owe if you qualify. Even if you are facing liens, levies, audits, wage garnishment, or already in a payment plan, call the Easy Tax Relief Helpline now to check what savings you may qualify for at 800-505-8196. You may qualify to reduce up to 99% of what you owe or for other special programs. Once qualified and enrolled, you can rest assured that your assets are protected and all collection efforts will be stopped. Billions of dollars in savings are available through these relief programs for struggling taxpayers, but you must call to see if you qualify. To see what savings you qualify for, call 800-505-8196. 800-505-8196. That's 800-505-8196.
Don't count on summer heat to melt away those extra pounds. That doesn't work. But here's something that does work, and that's NJ Diet. For over a decade, NJ Diet has helped thousands of people lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days. That's nearly twice as fast as weight loss injections and without any of those nasty side effects. NJ Diet uses your hair, saliva, and blood work, along with scans to personalize natural solutions and supplements to get you to shed that fat quickly. Then NJ Diet uses your DNA info to help you keep the weight off. No shots, no prepackaged meals, and no surgery. NJ Diet is fully supervised every step of the way to make sure you are burning fat and not just losing water. You even get the doctor's personal email and phone number. Locations close by are available from anywhere with live online video consultations. Call 855-5NJ-DIET or schedule your consult today at njdiet.com. That's njdiet.com. Lose the weight for good.
Do you know your numbers? What numbers? Your heart health numbers, your blood pressure, your cholesterol, your blood sugar, and your body mass index. They're important, so ask your doctor. Learn your numbers, and if something doesn't seem right with them, see a Deborah specialist at one of our offices throughout South Jersey. After all, when it's your heart, you don't take chances. Find a specialist near you at demanddeborah.org.
Designers, excavators, engineers, architects, text. Listen up.
What are you doing? We're working here.
If you want to save time, effort, and money on your next underground utility project, start using Pennsylvania One Call System's Coordinate PA application. Coordinate PA is the next generation of utility coordination that allows you to easily transfer and manage your complex projects from start to finish, all the way from the designer to the excavator. Be prepared for your next underground utility project with Coordinate PA.
Makes sense.
Visit pa1call.org to learn more.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, daydreamer. Did we catch you thinking about your dreams? With Wells Fargo Premier, a team can help you plan for them. So let's imagine your biggest dream. Not the easy one, the one behind it. The one you work towards every day and every night. Can you see it? Then we can help you plan for it. Ready to start planning for your dreams? You can at wellsfargo.com/getpremier.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Real Success. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at ourrealsuccess.com.
Do you want to learn how to make money flipping houses and acquiring rental properties right here in Philadelphia? We're offering a handful of motivated individuals the opportunity to attend our workshop right here in Philadelphia for free. That's right, we'll give you 2 free tickets when you text INVEST to 64,000. Philadelphia is the perfect market to flip houses and build rental income. Discover the simple steps developed by Joe Arias, one of real estate's greatest rags to riches stories. You'll learn to flip properties and secure rental properties without using your own money and in your spare time. Don't miss this opportunity. Come to a complimentary live 2-hour workshop next week right here in Philadelphia and learn how to start making money flipping homes and building long-term wealth with rental properties. To get 2 free tickets, text INVEST to 64,000. Text in the next 10 minutes, and registrants will also receive a free copy of our Funding for Deals guide. Text INVEST to 64,000 for 2 complimentary tickets. Text INVEST to 64,000.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. Each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Summer is here, which means pool days, beach trips, and yeah, you guessed it, traffic jams. Oh yeah, and heat waves. Don't let summer catch you by surprise. Get the local news you need, no matter what you're up to, with the free Odyssey app. And never miss a beat with alerts on breaking stories sent directly to your phone. Listen today on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY.
Do you feel like you're going through life clouded by doubt? Talk to California Psychics. Our trusted and accurate psychics are available 24/7. And we guarantee, if it's not life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Right now, new customers get 80% off their first reading. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
As a roofer, I don't have time to fail. Homeowners rely on me, so I rely on Beacon. Beacon's unique network of branches work together to get me what I need when I need it. And with the Beacon Pro Plus app, I've got the brands I depend on, like GAF, right at my fingertips. Now through September 15th, purchase high-quality GAF with Beacon Pro Plus and earn up to $1,500. Go to BECN.com or download the Beacon Pro Plus app today. Beacon, always building.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Not yet. Do it today. Okay. At 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Mustard. It's Kayal and Company, 9:31 Monday morning.
That will always be funny.
Timing is everything. Timing is everything. Dawn Show coming up at 10 o'clock. Secret Service Director Cheadle to speak at 10. Kamala Harris at 11:30.
All during Dawn's show.
Trump and Vance later tonight. Going to be a busy, busy week. FBI Director Christopher Wray on Wednesday. Looks like we got the first 4 days of this show covered.
I know. I think J.D. Vance has his first rally today.
About that.
Solo.
Yep. Busy, busy days indeed. What's on the cut sheet part due in just a few moments. But let's give away our movie prize pack for our movie winner this morning. We've got Ed in Mount Laurel. Ed, good morning. What movie did we just play for you?
Hey, good morning, Nick. You played the clip from The Benchwarmers.
Yeah. That is correct, sir. Congratulations.
Great movie.
You've got the 4-pack of Fandango tickets and all the M. Night Shyamalan swag your little heart can desire. Congratulations, Ed. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Nick. Love what you guys do. Appreciate it.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate it. Ed in Mount Laurel. Ooh. Nice work out of Ed as we find out what is left over on Stalker's cut sheet for a Monday. What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet?
I do. Dawn, are you familiar with the gaming app or the gaming thing, Destiny?
Yes.
Okay. I am not. This is out of my world. This is out of my... I didn't ask you, Nick, because I know you wouldn't know that either.
Yeah, I've been off of games for 12 years.
Allegedly, right?
No, that's fact.
So this scumbag who shot the president.
Oh.
And killed Corey Comparator.
Thank you, Dawn. Yes, yeah. This guy who's worm food right now. Thank God. Is meaning the shooter. Was on the gaming site Discord, right? Yes. Apparently, there's a lot of weird stuff that goes on these gaming sites, and on this site Destiny, this is like, is the FBI monitoring this stuff? Because there's a lot of kids saying really deranged things.
Plotting things?
Yes.
Yeah.
This is a really quick clip, so I'll play it twice in case you miss it. But this is like kind of the stuff that they're discussing as they're playing these games on these social media apps. Okay. This is cut 12, Phil, go.
I'm ready for the great cleansing, dude.
Cleansing?
The cleansing.
What cleansing?
When we genocide conservatives in this country.
Are you gonna be out in the streets with your Glock?
Maybe. I gotta go back to Nebraska and grab it.
Wow.
Sounds like a man who's ready to pull out the same playbook that Mr. You-Know-Who in Pennsylvania tried to do 9 days ago.
What is happening? Like,
because these people are fed this hyperbolic rhetoric from the media, from what they watch in little clips with their little attention spans on social media, when AOC makes comments like, Trump is a neo-Nazi and all this other garbage. And I'm telling you, man, there's a lot of people out there that aren't there to begin with, and they can easily be corrupted into buying this stuff.
Well, and let's just say this. Maybe if the feds, with limited resources, allegedly, maybe if they had focused less on J6ers, many of the J6ers were from military backgrounds or police backgrounds with zero records and zero violence or anything of that nature. It seems like they focused on J6ers or MAGA supporters or Trump supporters, but were they just looking for any threat?
And speaking of deranged, this was in your email last night, Stalker, from Yahoo. The Pennsylvania shooter, prior to shooting Donald Trump, searched for porn on his phone and tablet.
Right before
trying to kill Donald Trump.
He was excited.
Yeah. And oh, by the way, CNN also reported on Friday that he had searched for information about Ethan Crumbly.
All these shut-ins,
who,
man.
if you remember, Crumbly was the one in Michigan where the precedent was set with the parents being held responsible.
That broke during my show on Friday, and I did say that.
Okay.
That was weird to me because both parents are social workers. Mom is a Democrat. Dad is a libertarian. And we heard all these conflicting reports. One neighbor said that there was a Trump sign at some point in their yard. Others said no. But was this a situation where it's hatred of one parent or both and wants to just throw this onto the parents like Crumbly did because the parents lost everything and went to trial and jail and all of that in the Michigan case?
By the way, thank you, Tucker, on the YouTube chat. Corrected us. Destiny is a game. Discord is a social app that you use while gaming. That just shows you how old and out of touch I am. I had no idea that Destiny was a game. I just saw the clip that said Destiny, and I thought it was one of those apps that the Utes use, with their headsets on, where they can talk to other people while they're playing these games and being shut-ins.
It's also a site, though, because there's Destiny 2.
Okay.
That's the multi. Okay, so Destiny 2 is a multiplayer game, whatever. But then there are apps and sites. So Discord is the one where that's what I was teasing my sons. I was like, "Are you on the Discord? Can you pull up this scumbag's profile?" And they're
you on the gram, son?
I know. They're like, "Mom, this is not Facebook." It's like.
By the way, law enforcement, speaking of pornography, say it's not unusual that these searches for pornography show up after things like this happen, noting that Sandy Hook shooter, and I'm not going to say his name either, he had images of child abuse and other extreme pornography on his devices.
What is it's a bunch of shut-ins, man.
I know. Get on a bike and go ride 65 miles.
Easy.
If your kids are hanging out in the basement talking on Discord, kick them out of the house.
Yeah, I know. Well said. Yeah.
Oh, God. These bleh. We're raising a bunch of shooters.
Yeah. But didn't Destiny, I thought Destiny 2 they said that was going to end, by the way.
Joe says, Destiny is a dancer.
Back in my day, we played Final Fantasy VII on a PS2.
Joe, Donald Trump and J.D. Vance have an interview tonight with Jesse Waters. They're strategically releasing clips throughout the day. Trump talks about Biden's decline and the doctors giving him wonderful reports. This is cut 21, Phil, go.
You'd investigate the people that hid Joe Biden's condition?
Well, I think somebody has to look at it. Look, you had people that lied to the American public, and I tell you what, you ought to take a look at his doctors, because his doctors keep giving him this wonderful report. I'm not a doctor, but I saw him the other day, was unable to get up the children's stairs going into Air Force One.
Is it a coup against Joe Biden?
Sort of, yeah.
I think it is. I mean, look, there's a constitutional process, the 25th Amendment. If Joe Biden can't run for president, he can't serve as president. And if they want to take him down because he's mentally incapable of serving, invoke the 25th Amendment. You don't get to sort of do this in the most politically beneficial way for Democrats. If it's an actual problem, they should take care of it in the appropriate way.
This was something we all brought up on the show months ago and for multiple years now. Every time Joe apparently passes his annual physical with flying colors, he's never in any sort of physical or mental cognitive decline. Well, yeah, Joe's got cholesterol and he's got GERD and he's got sleep apnea. But other than that, Joe's got some nerve issues in his toes because he's getting up there in years. We're always told that he's fine. Now, you don't have to be a doctor to realize he's not fine. What are they covering up? What did they not release in that official medical transcript? Those are legit points.
I'm going to get back to the Trump-Vance interview in one second, but I just wanted to remind people, Nick, you mentioned earlier Kamala Harris trying to explain Ukraine and what was happening between Russia and Ukraine, right?
Yep.
Well, we'll go back into the Wayback Machines. This was from March of 2022.
This might take the cake.
This is her explaining the Ukraine-Russia conflict. She was on a radio show called The Morning Hustle, and this is how that sounded.
If you're watching any level of news, even social media, you're seeing everything that's going on right now in the Ukraine. Break it down in layman's terms for people who don't understand what's going on.
By the way, the fact that the host said the Ukraine just shows you how nobody has any idea what this is, and she's like, and she takes the cake.
The amount of interviews that they do with the networks and shows that they go on is astounding.
I know.
This puts like Fox Soul in perspective.
Yep. All right, we continue.
And then how can this directly affect the people of the United States?
So Ukraine is a country in Europe. It exists next to another country called Russia. Russia is a bigger country. Russia is a powerful country. Russia decided to invade a smaller country called Ukraine. So basically that's wrong.
Yes, right.
Wow.
So basically,
it's like a fifth grade teacher.
Pennsylvania is a state next to New Jersey that is divided by the Delaware River, and Pennsylvania is bigger than New Jersey. But if Josh Shapiro decided to invade Phil Murphy's kingdom, that would be wrong.
Thank you, Nate. Thank you, Professor Kayal.
How can anybody vote for that?
Hang on, one more time.
You're
One more
watching
time.
any level
One
of
more
news,
time.
even social media, you're seeing everything that's going on right now.
Let's
in
just
the
follow this,
Ukraine.
shall we?
Break it down in layman's terms for people who don't understand what's going on and how can this directly affect the people of the United States.
So Ukraine is a country in Europe. It exists next to another country called Russia. Russia is a bigger country. Russia is a powerful country. Russia decided to invade a smaller country called Ukraine. So basically that's wrong.
Oh, my God.
All right, now it's time for recess. Everybody put their folders away. We'll have graham crackers and skim milk when we come back in.
Skim milk.
Yeah. Wow.
It's amazing, isn't
You
it?
know, just to tie in yesterday to that
Yeah.
doozy today from March of 2022, it's almost as if she rode a bike once and fell off of it and wasn't wearing a helmet. Like she maybe she did the Bend to Shore bike ride to Atlantic City, and somewhere in Hamilton she fell off and bumped her head. Because the only explanation for her to be the second most powerful person in the world.
It's amazing. All right, a little bit more from the Vance Trump interview that will air tonight on Fox News with Jesse Waters. I'm going to go cut 23, Phil, go.
Barack Obama still plotting against you, trying to take you out.
They got some big problems over there. First of all, Obama hates Biden, and Biden hates Obama. And when Obama walked Biden out a couple of weeks ago off the stage, he didn't have to do that. He could have let him wave to the people a little bit longer. I don't know if Joe knew who he was waving to, but he was waving. And all of a sudden, Obama comes along, grabs him. Come on, Joe. Like he was a child. It made him look so bad. And I know people with Biden. I know people with Obama. And they were not happy about that. It made him look really bad, like a child. Like a child. They don't like each other. And I think that it's pretty tough. This guy got, 14, 15 million votes, delegates. He had the votes. So he goes through a process. He gets them. And the whole thing has been a con. Look, when they kept him in the basement in the first, those people should be looked at because they lied to the American public.
Indeed. And remember, when we saw that video footage, we had to dispel the myths and the theories of that's a cheap fake. Oh, it's a deep fake. It's a bad angle. Joe wasn't really being led off by Barack. At that moment there, Barack Obama knew. They had to pull the plug. It's like when you're in the tub and you know you just have to pull that little stopper out and let the water run out of the drain. That's when Obama knew.
Yeah, we should break.
All right. We'll come back, find out what's on tap for the Dawn Show, what occurred today in music history. All still on the way. It's Kayal and Company. Back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Are you dealing with tax debt or unfiled tax returns and don't know how to make the problem go away? Is just the thought of dealing with the IRS giving you a panic attack? Let Legal Tax Defense take the pressure off of you. All tax relief companies are not the same, and all tax problems are complex and different. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS, the experienced tax attorneys and licensed enrolled agents can resolve the toughest cases. For over 15 years, Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating negotiating settlements for individuals and businesses just like you. All of their online ratings are A+. Even if you've received a threatening notice from the IRS, facing a wage garnishment, or have had your bank account levied, it's not too late to call Legal Tax Defense for a free no-risk consultation. Get peace of mind and security knowing you hired the best. Call Legal Tax Defense at 800-962-2403. 800-962-2403. That's 800-962-2403.
Am I going to be okay? It's the most important question you should ask yourself when approaching retirement. A financial advisor will probably answer that question by looking at just one thing: how much you've saved. At Spectrum Wealth Partners, we believe that's only half the story. The stock market will continue to go up and down, but at Spectrum Wealth, we can help you build guaranteed lifetime income that's not affected by any of it. Let's sit down together and help you answer the question, am I going to be okay? Call 856-322-8686 or online at spectrumwp.com. And tune into the Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen Saturdays at 3 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Advisory services offered through Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and Spectrum Wealth Partners are not affiliated companies.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. hims.com/joy.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out heart-stopping letters, aggressively garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it seem impossible to ever get out of debt. Don't let the tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, the #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in the Fresh Start Initiative, one of the biggest breaks that the IRS has ever offered. If you qualify, you could save thousands. Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, they'll fight to get you the best deal possible. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Yo, Roy is Ford. You know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Took a look down a westbound road, right away I made my choice.
Kayal and Company, the only choice in 11 minutes is the Dawn Show. So I suggest you stay locked and loaded, buckle up. It's going to be an interesting 2 hours, and we find out what she has lined up in just about 10 minutes.
Yeah, well, you know what hits the fan in 10 minutes when we know that the United States Secret Service head, Kim Cheadle, will her head roll as she's set to testify. We have the leaked remarks from her, you know, what she's going to say. So we have a sense of this. So we may very well take that live once she starts to testify, and we expect that she will get ripped in a bipartisan way. So will they call for her to resign immediately? We'll look at all of that. There's a lot of breaking news locally, statewide especially, Pennsylvania in focus. So we'll get to that. And as well, we have nationally so much happening, including Trump's big rally in Michigan. Pretty amazing that he never stopped moving. I mean, once, you think about a consuming convention and then right out of that just rolling into a major, huge rally. So all of it, we'll be covering everything live and local.
Yeah, we did. I have a bunch of cuts from that, Dawn, that I never ended up playing. So you should play them on your show.
Yeah,
because
definitely.
It was it was quite the rally.
It was amazing,
and so much happened that I didn't even play any of them. So.
Unbelievable. Yeah. Dawn Show, just about 8.5 minutes out as we wrap up on a Monday with what occurred today in music history.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, July 22nd, we celebrate the birthdays of William Calhoun, the drummer for Living Colour, who's now 60. Pat Badger, the bassist from Extreme, who's now 57. Don Henley from, of course, the Eagles, who's now 77. And a Henley birthday shout-out to Brian Howe, who once fronted Bad Company. Singles include Back to the Shack by Weezer in 2014. Albums include Elvis Costello's debut in 1977, Stephen Still's Super Session in 1968, Yellow Card's Ocean Avenue in 2003, and The Slip by 9 Inch Nails in 2008 that was released digitally. Also in 71, The Doors' LA Woman is certified gold. In 79, Black Flag played a concert at Manhattan Beach, California. In 67, The Doors were on American Bandstand. But lastly, on this day a year ago, Disturbed's concert in Phoenix is canceled due to excessive heat. What a shocker. Phoenix heat in July. Well, it prevented the band's equipment from powering up properly. Maybe, go inside. It's Phoenix in July. For Kayal Company, I'm Phil Upwood.
Ukraine is a country over here on the map.
It's amazing.
Next to Russia, another big country.
And it's bad. Oh, that'll do it for us. Stay tuned. The Dawn Show
is
on
Twitter.
Oh, that's right. We haven't done it the last couple of days. I thought we maybe nixed that.
Who won Twitter?
David Gallagher. Nick, you commented earlier that all the women dusted you in the
it's fact.
Bend to Shore bike ride.
No cheap fakes.
David writes, since all the women dusted you, I'd say we need more men like you competing in women's sports.
Yeah. I am no threat to women's sports. I am a Title IX gem.
That's amazing. David Gallagher wins Twitter tonight.
All right. That'll do it for us. We're back tomorrow morning at 6. Dawn is up next. And based on the news from yesterday, I'll leave you with this because it's more relative than ever.
If I were smart, I'd say thank you and leave.
Get ready for huge politics and pints as Talk Radio 1210 welcomes Donald Trump Jr. It's Tuesday, July 30th at the Scottish Rite Auditorium in Collingswood. Join Dom Giordano and